Chapter 23 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. Fancies that might be, facts that are. Lady Penrith was again missing at afternoon tea, and again John Coverdale looked round the drawing-room with a countenance expressive of blank disappointment. He had not been with the shooters, who had just returned, and who were having a substantial egg and toast tea in the breakfast-room. He came to the drawing-room from a long afternoon's reading in the almost unused library, a spacious apartment which had once been an armoury, and in which 3 great carved oak bookcases filled with 18th century literature, books which no one ever looked at, represented culture at Killander Castle. He came for rest and relaxation in society, which was always delightful to him, and missing that one gracious figure in his survey of the drawing-room, his disappointment was no less obvious than it had been yesterday. Coralie looked at him sharply with her bright grey eyes. She was beginning to entertain very unpleasant suspicions about Mr. Coverdale. "No, she hasn't come home from her solitary drive," she said, answering his look. "My aunt is getting quite dissipated, ain't she? Those ponies are spoiling her orderly habits." "She ought not to be out after 5 o'clock on such an afternoon as this," remarked Lady Selina. "I don't understand this passion for long drives." "I have no doubt Lady Penrith has gone on some kindly errand," protested Mr. Coverdale, seating himself near the great Tudor window from which he could watch the drive. The landscape was darkening without, and the room was darkening within. In a few minutes the servants would be coming with lamps, and curtains would be drawn to shut out land and sky. Coralie poured out the tea, and waited upon Lady Selina and Mr. Coverdale. The lady gave her plenty of work, took 2 cups and a half of tea, and played havoc with a dish of hot currant cake. But the gentleman let his tea grow cold while he sat silently musing by the window. "Ain't you cold over there, Mr. Coverdale, so far from the fire?" asked Cora. "Thank you, no," he answered with a start. "And you haven't touched your tea. Let me give you a fresh cup." "You are very kind. It really doesn't matter." The lamps were brought in. The curtains shut out sky and moor. It was night now, or seemed night. Mr. Coverdale rose with a sigh. "I'll take a turn on the terrace," he said. "You keep this room rather too warm for me, ladies, with your splendid wood fires." "Yes, it's rather too like the tropical house at Kew," agreed Coralie. "I'll go with you." He smiled resignedly and made way for her to pass out of the door before him. However much a man may wish to be alone with his own thoughts, he can't say so when a lady, charming or otherwise, volunteers her society. They went to the gravel walk in front of the castle, a walk which commanded the carriage sweep. They walked up and down briskly under the grey autumn sky, but Mr. Coverdale was no more conversational here than he had been in the drawing-room. In vain did Coralie start subjects which usually interested him. He answered absently, or he did not answer at all. "What a dreamer you are!" she exclaimed at last. "A man must dream, however futile," some of his dreams may be," he answered quietly. "Ah, there is her ladyship's carriage. What a quick ear you have! Don't you hear it?" "Yes, I can hear it now, but I didn't when you spoke. I had not been listening so intently as you," added Cora significantly. He did not notice the insinuation, but walked quickly towards the carriage sweep, and was standing at the foot of the stone steps ready to help Lady Penrith out of her carriage when it stopped. "I am very late," she said apologetically, "but I have been a long way." "And you must be expiring for want of your tea," exclaimed Cora. "Do come into the warm drawing-room and let me minister to you." "No, thank you, Cora. I have had tea, and am very warm in this fur coat. Mr. Coverdale, would you mind taking a turn on the terrace with me before we go indoors? I want a little serious talk with you." Coralie stared aghast. With her growing suspicions about John Coverdale, this seemed extraordinary conduct on her aunt's part. "And I should be in the way if I stayed," she said pertly. "For this one occasion, yes, Cora." "Then I retire, as gracefully as I can. But I hope you'll change your mind, aunt, and let me order some fresh tea to be ready when you come indoors." "Please, no. Don't trouble about me. I shall go straight to my room." Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale walked nearly to the end of the terrace before the silence was broken, and then Sibyl opened her heart to this Anglican priest fearlessly, and told him the story of those eventful months before Lord Penrith appeared upon the scene as her suitor. "I know you are the soul of honour," she said, "and you are a priest. I can confide in you. I can ask you to help me, as I dare not ask my husband, although all that I am telling you to-night is known to him, all except the events of last month, of which he knows nothing. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Coverdale?" "With all my heart and mind," he answered, with an earnestness which she could not mistake. She told him every detail of that night in the village jail, how she had allowed Urquhart to act upon her fears, and how she had urged Braddon Mountford to escape. "Was I wrong?" she asked. "Was I his enemy rather than his friend?" "In my view of the case, he should have stayed to face his accusers. He should not have allowed himself to be persuaded." "Oh, it was my fault. I was made to believe that I was saving him from death, or, at least, from lifelong misery and shame, and I sent him to his death, or to wretchedness worse than death." And then she told him of that pencil scrawl, and her interpretation of it, and of the scene with the vicar's wife and daughter that afternoon. That this unknown inmate of the vicarage was Braddon Mountford seemed to Mr. Coverdale the wildest and most romantic of fancies. On the other hand, that pencilled appeal in a handwriting which Lady Penrith recognised as Mountford's had to be accounted for, and then place and time agreed. The stormy sea, the coming of the unknown lodger in the early morning, the hidden life, with its studied seclusion, these facts pointed to some guilty secret, and any man to whom these facts became known was bound in honour to investigate them. Had John Coverdale lighted upon such a mystery in his own parish, he would not have rested till he had unearthed the evildoers. His mission was to carry light into dark places. You may be mistaken as to the identity of this person," he said after a thoughtful pause, "but there can be no doubt it is a case for investigation. I have heard something of Mr. Carpew's character and antecedents which make me inclined to think he might lend himself to a villainous scheme if it were made worth his while. I am going to St. Jude's to-morrow directly after breakfast. Will you go with me, Mr. Coverdale?" "Certainly. It is the very thing I was going to propose. Let me be with you, and it shall go hard if we don't succeed in seeing this poor gentleman." "Yes, yes, with your help I must succeed. How good you are." "Good, when it is such happiness to serve you." She did not notice the earnestness of his tone in that one instant of self-betrayal, did not notice how the cold, grave manner changed suddenly to warmest feeling, only to lapse again into that thoughtful calm which was his distinguishing characteristic. "With you at my side I shall be strong," she said. "I felt so weak and helpless to-day, so easily baffled by that shifty woman. I did not know what I ought to do, whether I ought to insist upon waiting for her husband's return. It seemed so feeble in me to leave that house, convinced as I was that Braddon was there, so near me, and in such bitter need of me. But you can help him. You can release him from bondage. They won't be able to trick you." "There is one thing to be remembered, Lady Penrith. A terrible accusation hangs over this man's head. If he is the man you think, and for him to reappear in the neighbourhood will be to reopen that old story." "Let it be reopened. I would risk that. Let him face the accusation as he would have done in the beginning but for me. I know that he was innocent, that it was another hand that killed my adopted sister." "Whom do you suspect?" "I cannot tell you yet. I may trust you even with that suspicion by and by. No, I would not fear for Braddon to face his accusers. New evidence would come to light, perhaps. If the history of that night were gone into coldly, quietly, the facts sifted and weighed as they could not be a few hours after the tragedy, when everyone was bewildered with the horror of that poor girl's death, I know that he was innocent. And if he is living hidden in St. Jude's vicarage, you would risk the consequences of removing him, the almost inevitable reopening of the inquiry?" "Yes, I would risk that." "So be it, Lady Penrith. Then you and I will tackle the vicar to-morrow morning, or if he be out of the way when we call, we will make things so unpleasant for him that he won't be able to evade us very long." "You think he may not see us to-morrow?" "I think, if he is the scoundrel you believe him to be, he may find some excuse for not receiving us." Sibyl breathed a despairing sigh. "Oh, how difficult it is to right a wrong!" she exclaimed. Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale drove away from the castle before 10 o'clock next morning in the ladies' barouche, with a pair of horses that made light work of the distance and hilly roads. The shooters had set out before the barouche drove up to the front of the castle, and there were only Lady Selina and Miss Urquhart at home to wonder at this strange proceeding. Coralie ran out to the steps to watch the departure. "Oh, what a delicious morning!" she cried. "How fresh and crisp the air feels!" And then, as with a sudden impulse, "Do let me go with you, aunt." "Not to-day, Cora. I am taking Mr. Coverdale to see some poor people. You would only be bored." "No, no, I wouldn't. I am positively longing for a drive." "Then gratify your longing. You have not driven your own particular pony for ever so long." "I hate driving myself. I like to enjoy the air and the landscape." "Then get a groom to drive you," said Sibyl curtly, and the barouche drove off, leaving Cora standing at the top of the steps, discomfited. "Now, what in the name of all that's ridiculous does this mean?" she asked herself. Can it be that the sage, the calm, the ineffable Lady Penrith is carrying on a flirtation with this pious parson under all our noses? I know that he is in love with her. The creature has not even the art to conceal his emotions. She ran upstairs to her own cosy den, and wrote her account of Lady Penrith's strange conduct of this morning for transmission to Jermyn Street. All compunction that she had felt in the beginning, when the office of spy was first proposed to her, had died out of her crooked little mind, and now that Lady Penrith's influence was spoiling her chances of a great match, gratitude to the benefactress who had redeemed her from bondage was a thing of the past. "What frauds these icily beautiful women are," she said to herself as she folded the closely written sheet which occupied her for nearly an hour, and then, opening her secret volume, she relieved her mind by scribbling ideas and feelings which she would have imparted to no living confidant. Life at the castle was growing lonelier and duller. The smart soldier who frankly admired her sharp sayings and gave her a nightly lesson in billiards was to leave that afternoon, and a Keswick squire had left the day before. The house party after today's luncheon would be reduced to Lady Selina and Mr. Coverdale, whose holiday from parish cares was being stretched longer than he had intended. His parish was at the east end of London, where he lived a life which would have been self-sacrifice for the son of the poorest commoner, and where he was generally known to all the overworked mothers and to all the dirty little children as Father Coverdale. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. The Vicar of St. Jude's. Yes, the vicar was at home. Sarah ushered Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale into the drawing-room and went to fetch her master, who kept them waiting some minutes before he came. A pallid, miserable creature when he did appear, a man with careworn face and bent shoulders, and whose furtive glances, which the parish priest had seen in many faces, whose meaning he knew all too well. He knew when he saw those shifty, down-looking eyes that he had had to deal with a difficult subject. He had never been able to do much good with any man who had that kind of look. He went straight to the object of their visit, after briefly introducing himself. "Lady Penrith is very anxious to see the invalid gentleman in your care," he said. "I hope you will make no difficulty about the matter. I regret that it is out of my power to gratify her ladyship's wish. The gentleman left me in the custody of a friend early this morning." "Left you? Left this house after 10 years of imprisonment?" cried Sibyl. "I don't believe it." "That remark is hardly civil on your ladyship's part. You have no right to use the word imprisonment in relation to a sufferer who was entrusted for his own comfort and safety to my care, nor have you any right to doubt my assertion." The words were firm, but the voice was tremulous, and the manner was as bad as it could be. "How and why was this inmate of the vicarage removed, Mr. Carpew?" asked Coverdale. "I really cannot gratify your curiosity so far as to say why he was removed. That is the business of the friend who removed him. All I can tell you is how he left this house, in a fly ordered from Ardliston. My responsibility ceased from the moment he crossed my threshold." "Your responsibility before God will never cease," exclaimed Sibyl passionately. "You have played a sordid and wicked part. You have lent yourself to the scheme of a villain. The friend you talk of, the friend, oh, what a friend he is Hubert Urquhart, who wove a web of treachery round Brandon Mountford's life." "Lady Penrith, pray be calm," pleaded Coverdale. I cannot be calm when I see to what a cruel plot this man has lent himself. But I don't believe his victim has been removed. He is still under this roof, and we are not to be put off with lies." "Lady Penrith, you seem to take pleasure in insulting me. Perhaps you would like to see the empty rooms. They are very untidy, but their emptiness may remove your doubts." "Yes, let me see the rooms. His prison of all these years." The vicar took no further notice of the obnoxious word, but quietly led the way from the drawing-room to the long, dark passage, which went between the dining-room and the kitchen to the east end of the vicarage, and there ended in an ascent of 3 steps and a baize-covered door. The vicar opened this door and ushered his visitors into an empty room, a sitting-room sparsely furnished, like the rest of the house, but by no means a bad room, light enough and airy enough, with a French window opening into the walled garden, of which Gertrude Carpew had spoken. A door opened into an adjoining bedroom, where the iron bedstead and shabby furniture were about on a level with the accommodation of a third-rate lodging at a popular watering-place. A charwoman was busy cleaning up litter and sweeping out corners. There were a few books on a chiffonier, and a pile of old newspapers on a side table. Sibyl took up the books one after another and examined them. They all belonged to the vicar, and most of them had his name written in them. Shakespeare, Macaulay, Byron, Thackeray, Pope, Milton. The Milton, the Pope, and the Macaulay were college prizes, but the calf bindings were shabby with much usage. "There are 2 more rooms above, if you would like to see them," said the vicar. "Yes, I should like to see them," answered Sibyl curtly. "They are quite empty. They have never been furnished, but if it gratifies you—" A shrug of the bent shoulders finished the sentence, and Mr. Carpew led the way by a narrow, essentially modern staircase to the floor above, which was as blank and bare as he had asserted. "He is gone, you see," he said. "How do we know that you have not hidden him in some other part of your house?" "You are at liberty to examine my house from cellar to garret." "No, no," interposed Coverdale. "We have no wish to doubt your word, vicar. I have not, nor am I sure has Lady Penrith, although she spoke hastily just now in her disappointment. You must admit that it is a strange and perplexing fact. After inhabiting this house for 10 years... "Who says he was here that long?" exclaimed Mr. Carpew. "I say so," answered Sibyl resolutely. "I say that he was brought to this house during the storm that wrecked the Mary Jane fishing smack, the morning after my foster sister's murder. He was brought here by your old pupil, Herbert Urquhart, and he has been spirited away by the same man to prevent my seeing him. He has been robbed of liberty, perhaps of reason, by that man for his own ends. My dear Lady Penrith, consider how wild and improbable these charges are. Answer me one question. Did Mr. Urquhart bring you your lodger, or did he not? I cannot answer any such question. Your ladyship must understand that there are many cases in which the friends of an afflicted person desires the utmost secrecy. Mr. Carpew, are you a clergyman of the Church of England, or the keeper of a lunatic asylum?" demanded John Coverdale with a severity which shook the vicar's shattered nerves. "If the gentleman whom you kept shut up in these rooms was out of his mind, you were guilty of a breach of the law in keeping him here, and the fact ought to be brought before your bishop." "You are in a great hurry to misjudge one of your own cloth, Mr. Coverdale. A man may be helpless and afflicted without being a lunatic. The person who occupied these rooms was not a lunatic, but he was in more need of care and privacy than many lunatics." "He was an epileptic patient," said Sibyl, white to the lips with anger. "A patient for whom open air and movement, change of climate and scene were essential. A man who should have been roaming the sea in a yacht, or wandering amidst wild, beautiful scenes, free and unharassed. To keep him in this squalid hole," looking at the square, shabby parlour with one eye accustomed to the lofty spaciousness of Killander Castle and Ellerslie House, "to keep him in such rooms as these, in that dreary, sunless garden, was to murder body and soul. And you, sir, are guilty of murder. You, who call yourself a clergyman of the Church of England. But your bishop shall know of your infamous conduct. You shall be punished." "Dear Lady Penrith, for God's sake be calm," remonstrated Coverdale, strongly moved by her passionate outburst. She flung herself sobbing upon his shoulder, instinctively clinging to him to save herself from falling to the ground. He could feel the stormy beating of her heart as his arm supported her, an arm held as King Arthur might have held his in a similar crisis. Never before had this woman, his ideal among all women, been so near his heart. So near, and yet worlds away. Alas, how fondly she must have loved that unhappy man. How much that old story meant in her life. "Pray be calm," he repeated. "We have no right to jump at conclusions. After all, you may be mistaken as to the person who occupied these rooms. I have no doubt," with a propitiatory glance at the vicar, "Mr. Carpew will be good enough to tell us the name of his charge, and where he has gone, and with whom. And then you will be satisfied, and at ease again." "I decline to tell you anything, or to answer any question put to me by you, Mr. Coverdale. I have been attacked in the most outrageous manner in my own house. This is a free country, and I have done nothing in violation of the law. This wretched living was given to me by the late Earl, so I suppose I must endure any amount of contumely from Lady Penrith, but I will not submit to insult from you." "I understand, then, that you positively decline to satisfy Lady Penrith's doubts by giving her the fullest information in your power about the person so lately under your care?" asked Coverdale. "I most distinctly refuse to be interrogated about my private and domestic life, even by Lady Penrith," replied the vicar doggedly. "In that case we must take stronger measures. Come, Lady Penrith, we are only wasting time here. I wish you good day, Vicar." The vicar's sullen reply was only half audible. He led the way back to the hall, and Lady Penrith returned to her carriage, attended by John Coverdale. "There can be no doubt," she said as they drove off. "If I had doubted before, I am certain of the fact now. They have smuggled him away between them to some still more wretched hiding-place. Hubert Urquhart and that man—" "Stop!" cried Mr. Coverdale to the coachman. "There is someone running after the carriage. A young lady. She came out of that field." The horses were pulled up about 100 yards behind the field gate, and Gertrude Carpew ran to the carriage door. "I have been watching for you ever so long, Lady Penrith," she said. "I suppose it's awfully wicked for a girl to hate her father, but I can't help hating mine for the cruel trick he has played upon you after what happened yesterday afternoon. He swore it was all arranged before you came to the vicarage, that it was settled for the poor gentleman to leave us. But if it was, Ma knew nothing about it." "My dear Miss Carpew, pray tell me exactly, as clearly as you can, all that happened since I saw you," Lady Penrith said eagerly, and then, turning to Coverdale, she added, "This young lady is the vicar's daughter, and she sympathises with me in the kindest way." "Oh, who could help sympathising with you? Poor Ma was crying all the evening. She and Pa had a long talk, and I know they had high words, for Pa was horribly cross to all of us at supper, and directly after supper he walked out of the house." "Does he often go out so late as that?" asked Mr. Coverdale. "Not once in a blue moon. It was past 10 and dark as pitch, and it was midnight before he came home. I heard him let himself in with his latchkey, for I was too miserable to go to sleep easily, and I was awake very early in the morning, and I heard a good deal of bustle and moving about downstairs. I lay listening, half awake and half asleep, and then, not long after the clock on the stairs struck 7, I heard a carriage drive to the door, and I got up and looked out the window, and I could just see Father and another man huddling someone wrapped in a cloak into a fly." "Could you see what the other man was like?" "Tall and slight, and that was all I could make out. They were very quick. Father and the stranger both got into the fly, and it drove off directly they were in. When I came down to breakfast, Mother was looking awfully miserable, but she wouldn't tell me anything. She's too completely under Father's thumb to trust any of us. We'd finished breakfast before Father came home in the fly, alone." "Did he not say anything as to where he had been?" "Not a word. He was crustier than usual, and sent us all out of the room before he began breakfast. As a rule, he takes very little breakfast, and then wonders at us for being able to eat so early in the day. I am so sorry you should be disappointed, Lady Penrith, but perhaps, after all, the gentleman who left us this morning isn't the person you think." "I am more than ever convinced that he is that person," answered Sibyl. "You are a kind, true-hearted girl, Miss Carpew, and I rely on you to help me with any further information you may be able to obtain, any circumstance that may give a clue to the place where my poor friend has been taken. I promise that your kindness to me shall do no injury to your father. Whatever may happen, he shall be protected for your sake, so far as I can protect him. The chief mover in this cruel business is another person. I shall not rest till he is punished. Ah, but I'm afraid if father has done wrong in the matter, that it must all come out sooner or later, and we shall all be disgraced," said Gertrude despondently. "But whatever is going to happen to us, I'll do all I can to find out where they have taken that poor gentleman. I thank you with all my heart. Be assured you shall be compensated for any trouble your kindness may cause." Sibyl and the parson's daughter clasped hands as they said good-bye. The conversation between the two women had been carried on in confidential tones, inaudible to coachman and footman. "Ardliston Road Station," ordered Mr. Coverdale, and the barouche continued on its way, while Gertrude started on a circuitous journey through a field and across a common, so as to arrive at the vicarage from an opposite direction to that in which Lady Penrith's carriage had gone. "I may as well make some inquiries at the station before we can go back to the castle, if you've no objection," said Mr. Coverdale, explaining the order he had just given to the coachman. "It may make us a little later in returning." "What does that matter? Let us stay out all day, if there is anything to be done," answered Sibyl, and then lapsed into silence, exhausted by the scene at the vicarage, and absorbed in gloomy thought. She did not speak till they were at the station, which was nearer St. Jude's than it was to Ardliston. Here Mr. Coverdale left the carriage for nearly a quarter of an hour. "I have seen the station master and the two porters," he told Sibyl when he came back. "There seems no doubt that the two men went to Keswick. The one who appeared to be an invalid was so wrapped up in an Inverness cloak and large white muffler that it was not easy to distinguish his features. The men only saw that he looked white and haggard. The other man wore a shooting cap pulled down upon his forehead, a cap with a peak, and he, too, had the lower part of his face muffled in a scarf. But this circumstance attracted no attention, as the morning was raw and cold. I asked the station master to describe the man in charge of the invalid, his figure and carriage, if not his face, and he said he was about the height and figure of Lord Penrith, and reminded him of his lordship. "Hubert Urquhart," exclaimed Sibyl. "That is conclusive. Now, Mr. Coverdale, what are we to do? Go on to Keswick, I say, by the first train that will take us?" "My dear Lady Penrith, that would be a wild proceeding. Keswick is a large place, and for you to be seen there, going from pillar to post, and then to absent yourself from home without explanation to Lord Penrith." "I can send a message by the coachman. I can explain afterwards." No, it would be a waste of time and trouble for you to attempt to trace these men. I will follow up the clue and see what can be done, and if I make any discovery before evening I can telegraph you, and you can come to Keswick with your maid and put up at a hotel for a day or two." "Yes, that would do. I should be near. But even that would be a rather wild thing to do. If you could make up your mind to trust this business entirely to me—" "I do trust you. I know how much better you are able to help me in this matter than I am able to help myself. But when you find him, if he should be very ill and broken, I should like to be near at hand. I might be of some use then." In that case, I promise to summon you without an hour's delay." "And will you go to Keswick and give yourself up to the search?" "With all my might. Have I not promised to devote myself to your service? I shall think of nothing else till this is done. If Penrith should inquire about me, you need only to say that I had business in Keswick, and that my return to the castle is uncertain. If you'll allow me, I'll ask your footman to see about sending me a portmanteau. I may be absent for some days." "How good you are!" "Please don't say that. Only trust me, and keep up your courage. Bear in mind that my East End experiences have made me acquainted with strange people and strange things. I am not so unequal to this task as you might suppose." "I know how clever, how resolute you are." "My train will not leave for half an hour, so I'd better tell your coachman to drive you home." "Mayn't I wait till you leave?" "Please don't. You have had a trying morning, and you will be better at home." He gave his instructions briefly to the footman, and then the carriage drove away, he watching till the pale, anxious face looking back at him vanished altogether from his sight. How she must have loved him, John Coverdale repeated to himself with a sigh. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Coralie's private diary continued. Her ladyship's conduct becomes hourly more extraordinary. After leaving the castle early this morning with the parson, coolly declining my company, which I offered in my gushing little way on the spur of the moment, determined at any rate to embarrass her by forcing a refusal, she returns at 3 o'clock this afternoon without that saintly man. When I ask her in a casual way what she has done with him, she replies that he has gone to Keswick, and that he has his business there which may detain him for some days. "Business in Keswick?" I say, not concealing my surprise. "I thought the only business in Keswick was making lead pencils and showing Southey's house. That is all I've ever heard of in connection with Keswick." "You can't be expected to know everything in the world, Cora," answered she, "least of all to know Mr. Coverdale's business." "Oh, if it is a kind of secret service, of course I needn't be ashamed of my ignorance," retorted I. "Lady Penrith is my benefactress. My easy life here, my purse filled with pocket money, all the frocks in my wardrobe, testify to that fact. But I am afraid I am beginning to hate her, and I am afraid she is beginning to hate me. Our relations are at best an armed neutrality. Who knows when war may be declared? After all, I need not exaggerate her beneficence or my obligation. The benefits she has bestowed upon me, the frocks, the lodging, the pocket money, are bagatelles for a woman of her means. If she really wanted to befriend me, how easy for her to settle the £6,000 which my father tells me has always been the portion of Lord Penrith's daughters, upon me, sole daughter of the house of Urquhart. £6,000. With her fortune she would have but to sign a cheque for the amount, and might forget the next hour that her coffers were diminished by that paltry sum. But instead of playing a really generous part, and making me independent for life, she lets her dressmaker clothe me, just as my uncle's tailor clothes his liveried servants, and she tolerates my presence in her house. Whatever chance I might have had with Mr. Coverdale, she has contrived to spoil. She must see that he admires her far too much for his peace, and if she really were that model of all the domestic graces for which she poses, she would have chilled him by quiet avoidance, instead of leading him on by making him the confidant of her sorrows, whatever those mysterious sorrows might be. In my delight at escaping from the dusty horrors of a second-rate lodging-house, I have been over-enthusiastic about my uncle's beautiful countess. These quiet women are never to be trusted. Another surprise, and a very painful one, awaited me this evening. It was just on the edge of dark. Lady Penrith had not honoured the drawing-room with her presence after coming in from her long drive, minus Coverdale. Lady Selina, after having usurped my favourite chair all the afternoon, clamoured for an early tea, and for 1 solid hour I was administering to her gormandising propensities. Released from this genteel slavery, I made my escape from the drawing-room, lest I should be called upon to hold a huge skein of that teeth-on-edge setting worsted which she calls pre-Raphaelite wool. I thought that in the almost deserted state of the house I should at least have the billiard-room to myself, and I might enjoy knocking about the balls, and deliverance from Lady Selina's society. Oh, how sick I am of her married nieces, their houses, their diamonds, their babies, their servants, with the latter of whom she is always quarrelling. She tells me the same prosy stories over and over again, and the possibility that she might be boring me to death never for one moment flashes across the great dismal swamp which she calls her mind. The lamps in the hall had not been lighted, and its stony spaciousness looked cold and grey in the gathering dusk. All the principal rooms open into this sepulchral hall, and I am often reminded of that hall in Macbeth's castle, where the murderer prowled up and down, seeing imaginary daggers, while he waited for the bell that was to tell him his prehistoric toddy was ready. I had opened the billiard-room door, and was just going to shut it again, when I heard my father's voice. My father's voice in a house which he had not entered since the Earl's marriage. What could it mean? Certainly not reconciliation. Those rasping tones came from a heart full of bitterness. Nor was there much of brotherly love in my uncle's reply. "You had better hold your tongue," he said. "You have been drinking, or you would not have dared to enter this house." Lord Penrith was standing in the open doorway of his own sitting-room, a smallish room next to the library, while my father stood in the hall. "Dare!" he echoed with an angry laugh. "Dare enter the house that was my father's a few years ago." "If it had been your own a few years ago, it would make no difference to me. It is my house now, and I mean to keep you outside it." "You treat me like a dog." "Oh, no, I don't," answered that cold-blooded monster, my uncle. "I am fond of my dogs. I treat you like what you are, Hubert Urquhart. If there's any animal as vile, I have never met with the species." "It's great to hear you talk like this, after I played your game, made the running for you, helped you to a rich wife." You tried to win her for yourself by the very basest means the mind could invent. Oh, come now. This is only tall talk. You know how you imposed upon her ignorance of life, tried to persuade her that her good name was forfeited, that she had fallen so low in the world's esteem that her best chance of redemption was to become your wife. Ah, and with the devil's own luck you struck in, caught her in a fit of hysterics, and won the stakes. There was never such a fluke. Come, Penrith, you can't frighten me away with the big words. All that highfalutin of yours has about the same effect on me as water on the proverbial duck. Hard words don't kill. Hard words won't send me off these premises without hard cash. I have asked you, my brother, and a rich man, to help me out of a difficulty. I asked you just now for a monkey. It was not much for you to give it if you had a spark of generosity. I have not one scintillation where you are concerned. I have only one feeling, abhorrence. The kind of abhorrence which includes contempt. Nonsense. We both angled for a big fish, but you were able to bait your hook with a coronet. I wasn't, and I had to diplomatise. Come, Penrith, if you won't stand a monkey, give me your cheque for £250 and I'll wish you a civil good night. Remember, I am heir presumptive to your title and all that goes with it. There's only your life between me and all the good things of this world. Hard lines for a man of my temper to remember that. You ought to consider the circumstances, and if I can bring myself to ask you for money after what happened at Ellerslie 10 years ago, you shouldn't be such a churl as to refuse. I wonder you care to show yourself in this part of the world after what happened at Ellerslie, said my uncle. The last words were spoken slowly, as if they had a hidden meaning. My father was silent, and then Penrith went on in his heartless voice. As for your privileges as heir presumptive, I have no doubt that you have had the market price for them. The market price was a very bad one. Unhappily, the Jews consider your life as good as mine, or better. The difference in our ages is not worth considering, and you are supposed to take more care of your superior carcass than I take care of this poor bundle of vices. Once for all, Penrith, will you help me or will you not? Once for all, I will not. And if you don't make yourself scarce immediately, you will oblige me to ring for the servants and get you turned out neck and crop, which will cause a scandal and make things uncomfortable for your daughter. For my daughter. Yes, I suppose you would rather like to revenge yourself on her. Well, good night, my brotherly brother. I won't make a rumpus in this abode of peace and pleasantness, this temple of conjugal love. I'll find my own way out. My father crossed the hall, opened the big oak door, and closed it quietly behind him. Penrith waited on the threshold of his room till the hall door shut, and then shut himself in his den. I don't know if he felt relieved in mind when my father was out the castle. I know I did. There was no light in the billiard room, and I had been standing just inside the door, which I held a little way open, and thus was able to hear every word that was said on the other side of the hall. Ugh, what a life! To grovel like a hound, and to be driven out of his brother's house like a hound. Surely Providence can't expect much good out of any woman who starts in the race of life handicapped with such a father as mine. After what happened at Ellerslie 10 years ago. I must get to know all about Sibyl Higginson's engagement to my uncle. There are evidently tragic circumstances, something that comes nearer Lord Penrith and his wife than the murder of her ladyship's foster sister. I must make Lady Selina give me the history of her niece's marriage. She is so fond of talking that I have only to get her in the right vein, and she will tell me everything she knows. The dinner this evening was the most melancholy meal I have sat through since I came to the castle. There were only my uncle and his wife, Lady Selina, and myself. His lordship was silent and gloomy, evidently brooding over that fraternal conversation I had overheard. Her ladyship seemed lost in thought. Lady Selina prosed and twaddled for the whole party. "I am very tired, aunt, so I shall go straight to my room and leave you and Cora to amuse each other," said Lady Penrith as we 3 women left the dining room. "I can't think what you are all about to-day," Lady Selina answered pettishly. "If your cottage visiting keeps you engaged as you have been lately, I'm sure it must be too fatiguing for you. You should make Cora help you." This last remark was accentuated by a malevolent look in my direction, as if I had deliberately refused to help. "Her ladyship knows that I am always at her service," said I. Lady Penrith noticed neither her aunt's speech nor mine. She just nodded good night to us both and went upstairs, leaving me to the unspeakable dreariness of a night with Lady Selina, and no possibility of escape to the billiard room, where my uncle would be sitting alone, not a pleasant person to intrude upon in his meditative moments. There was one compensation. I had a whole evening before me in which to make Lady Selina talk about what I wanted to hear. Needless to record the insidious means by which I approached the subject. I doubt if she liked me any better than on that first night of her visit, but custom had made her familiar and confidential, and as it was natural for her to talk, she soon began to expatiate upon the folly of her niece's marriage. "Sibyl might have married ever so much better," she said. "A beautiful girl who was sole heiress to I am afraid to say how many thousands a year, would have had magnificent offers as soon as she appeared in the great world. Her connections on our side of the house would have admitted her at once to the most exclusive circles, if there are any exclusive circles left," interjected Lady Selina with a sigh. "She might have married a duke, but through my brother-in-law's folly — his mind was utterly unhinged, I believe, by the fate of that mysterious waif — she was hustled into a marriage with a man for whom she never cared a straw, and who was a very poor match for her. My uncle's family is one of the oldest in the north of England," said I. "My dear young woman, old families are cheap nowadays. 60,000 a year is too much to pay for an old family and a neglected estate, encumbered as this was when my niece married. She could have married the bluest blood in England on much easier terms, if I had been allowed to chaperon her, as was intended, before that awful business at Ellerslie." "Pray tell me about the murder, Lady Selina. Have you never been told?" she exclaimed, quite oblivious of her curt replies on the first evening we spent together. "It is a most painful story, peculiarly painful to me, since a connection of our family was involved in it, and was actually accused of the murder, and locked up in a wretched hovel that used to accommodate smugglers and such people. They have pulled the place down, I am happy to say, and have built a respectable police station." And then she told me how Marie Arnold, a handsome young woman of foreign birth, had been brought up at Ellerslie almost as a daughter of the house, and how she and Sibyl Higginson had lived together like sisters, and how people had naturally supposed— At this point the spinster deemed it necessary to sink her voice to a ghastly whisper, like Lady Macbeth in the sleepwalking scene, although she and I were alone in the spacious drawing-room. "At any rate, my dear, Sir Joseph was greatly attached to this girl, who, I am glad to say, for the credit of humanity, was 5 or 6 years older than Sibyl, and therefore born some time before my sister's marriage. He never recovered from the shock of her death." "But do you really believe that Mr. Mountford, your relation, was guilty of this crime?" I asked. "My dear Miss Urquhart, I don't know what to believe. Braddon Mountford was subject to epileptic attacks. He was at the university, not in any violent degree, but enough to make him shun society. He had wandered about in Africa, where that kind of thing wouldn't matter, for some years before he appeared at Ellerslie. Everyone spoke well of him. And your niece liked him?" "Yes, Sibyl liked him. I never saw them together, but I believe she entertained a romantic regard for him. She has always shunned any allusion to him, so I have never fathomed the hidden depths of her mind on this subject. There is a great deal of reserve about Lady Penrith. As to the young man's guilt or innocence, that, I fear, must for ever remain a mystery. So much has been written of late years about the horrors of epilepsy, and how it can change an amiable being into a wild beast, that one might believe anything of an epileptic sufferer. This poor creature was found kneeling by the murdered girl, his hands dyed with her blood. He did not even deny his guilt, Miss Morison told me. Miss Morison is the housekeeper at Ellerslie, with whom doubtless the spinster aunt has held lengthy confabulations. There is no one like an old and trusted servant for telling family secrets." "Since he was taken red-handed, I suppose there can be no doubt of his guilt," said I. "But if he were not the murderer, who else would be likely to have committed the crime? Was anyone else ever suspected?" "No. Poor Braddon's guilt seemed only too obvious, and the murder was too motiveless to be the act of a sane person. The young woman had no enemies. There was no one at Ellerslie besides Braddon and your father." "Then my father was there at the time of the murder?" "Yes, your father used to come and go like a member of the family before Sibyl's marriage. I don't know what the quarrel was about, but there was a quarrel at the period of her engagement to Penrith. Mrs. Morison hinted at an ugly scuffle between the brothers, blows, broken glass, but the particulars were never clearly known. Your father was certainly hurt, and the doctor had to be called in, but the servants were told he had had a fall. Whatever the actual circumstances may have been, there was bad blood, for Mr. Urquhart never entered Ellerslie Hall again after that fall." "And when he falls like Lucifer, never to hope again," muttered I. "My father told me that he and his brother had quarrelled. but he never explained the rights and wrongs of the story. And then she told me how Brandon Mountford had broken out of the lock-up at Ardliston, and was supposed to have perished in a storm at sea. "Only supposed to have perished," said I. "Then there is no evidence of his death? He may be alive at this hour?" "That's not likely. His family must have heard of him if he were living." "Why should anyone hear of him?" asked I. "It would be the business of his life to avoid being heard of. A man accused of murder, a man conscious of his own guilt. In all probability he would go back to Africa. I have heard that men who have once been there always want to go back, must go back. The dark continent draws them like a lodestone. Rely on it, Lady Selina. This poor Mr. Mountford is in Africa." "I have no doubt you know a great deal more about him than I do," said Lady Selina with an offended air. "Young women nowadays are nothing if not positive." In my own mind I had no doubt that the man was, or had been, in Africa. Those books of African travel in Lady Penrith's room testified to so profound an interest in that uncivilised world. He had made his escape from England, and had sailed to a land where there are no detectives or magistrates' warrants or extradition treaties. But if my aunt knows Mr. Mountford to be in Africa, how to account for her intense anxiety about this wandering lunatic, for whom she inquired at all the cottages, and the fuss and driving to and fro, and the suppressed emotion of the last 10 days? All these indications point to Brandon Mountford's presence in the immediate neighbourhood, or, at any rate, to her conviction that he is near. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. Home Questions. Coralie sat late over her private diary. The clocks had struck 1 before she closed the book, and put it away in the box where she kept her money and her few trinkets under lock and key. She slept little that night, and the sleep she had was disturbed by troubled dreams. That interview between her father and her uncle had left a sense of bitter degradation in her mind. She had never really loved her father. There had been nothing between them but the bond of relationship, a bond which he had shown himself very glad to loosen. Yet he was her father, a part of her existence, the only being upon whom she had any strong claim, and it tortured her to think of the degradation that reflected upon herself. To be the daughter of such a father, there was the sting. To hear him ask for money, and to hear him so heartlessly refused by his one and only brother. Little as she liked Penrith, there had been that in his tone which told her that he had some justification for his brutality, and she was to go on living under the roof of this man, she, Hubert Urquhart's daughter, or to go back to the dreary existence from which Lady Penrith had rescued her. If only Coverdale had cared for me. She sighed again and again, in her restless turnings and tossings, while the inexorable clock ticked and the night lamp flickered. And then she thought, as many a woman thinks when the future lies dark before her, lit by not one gleam of hope, thought of what her life might have been if this man had chosen her for his wife. It was all very well to write of him scoffingly as a prim pattern of the uninteresting virtues. In her heart of hearts, she revered him for those qualities at which she scoffed. The gulf that lay between them was bridged over by her growing interest in his personality. She had begun by thinking of him only as a good match, heir to title and fortune, a man with a word who could change the whole tenor of her existence. She knew now by the blank his absence made in that house, by her jealous despair at his too evident regard for Lady Penrith, a regard of which he himself may be hardly conscious. She knew now that she loved him, and that if he had been an impecunious curate, she would have been content to share his life and let fortune go. But who would marry Herbert Urquhart's daughter? She asked herself. Even if I were ever so handsome, there would be that against me, and a plain daughter. I must have been mad to ever hope. She was in the breakfast room early, neat and fresh looking in her smart tailored gown, and with no indication save a heavy look in her eyelids of her miserable night. Her uncle had gone out before breakfast. Lady Penrith talked a little more than she had done at dinner on the previous evening, but was evidently anxious and expectant. A telegram was brought to her in the middle of breakfast, and Coralie could see that her aunt's hand trembled as she tore open the envelope. "Let the messenger wait," her ladyship told the servant after she had read the message twice over with profound attention. "No bad news, I hope, my dear," said Lady Selina. "Oh, no. A telegram nowadays does not imply bad news." "Of course not. But in this remote place you can't have many trivial telegrams, invitations, acceptances, excuses, the sort of thing one gets in London." "No, not that kind of thing," Lady Penrith answered absently as she put the message in her pocket. On her aunt asking her if she was going for a drive in the morning or afternoon, Lady Penrith answered no. She had a good many letters to write, and was not going out all day. "You and Cora can have the barouche or the pony cart, whichever you prefer," she added. "Thank you, neither. I have not quite gotten over my influenza cold, and the only inducement to drive would have been your company." Complimentary to me, after my patient endurance of the old creature, thought Coralie, and then she said in her clear young voice, "In that case I shall go for a long walk directly after breakfast. You won't be angry with me if I should be late for luncheon, will you, aunt?" "Your aunt has been so irregular herself lately that she can hardly find fault with you for unpunctuality," Lady Selina remarked somewhat snappishly. Any deviation from the clockwork round of daily life was an offence to this lady. "Angry, Cora? Certainly not," said Lady Penrith. "But On what tremendous pilgrimage are you going? It is not 10, and you think you won't be home at 2. Oh, I'm going for a long tramp towards the sea. I am longing for the wind off the sea. You can get that in this garden. Too much of it for the poor flowers. Ah, but not like the wind one gets on the very edge of the sea, along Allen Bay or at St. Jude's, for example. Lady Penrith gave a little start at the mention of St. Jude's, a movement which did not escape Coralie. I may go as far as Ardliston, she continued. It is just the grey, breezy morning I adore. Do as you like, Cora, only don't fatigue yourself, Lady Penrith said carelessly as she left the room. Now, if I were a pretty girl, mused Cora, she would hardly let me ramble for 3 or 4 hours alone. There would be suspicions of a lover. I might be going to meet someone. But in my case, there can be no such danger. An ugly woman is what Caesar's wife ought to have been, above suspicion. Miss Urquhart had told the truth for once, in the way, albeit she was a young person who preferred falsehood. She was going to Ardliston in quest of her father. After that conversation of yesterday evening, she felt that she must see him, must question him, at any hazard of hard words. She could no longer exist in this cloud of ignorance. She stopped on the crest of a wind-blown ridge, hugged her neat little cloth jacket tighter round her, and looked back at the grey towers of Callander Castle. What a noble old place it was, originally a rude border fortress, enlarged and improved by successive generations. Sibyl Higginson's money had set the final touches on the picture. Whatever was wanting of convenience or dignity had been supplied within the last 10 years. The gardens and the terraces had been extended. A spacious palm house had been built in the one angle where it would not be a blot upon the rugged grandeur of the exterior, and within doors there had been improvements in every detail. Money had been spent like water. And she's not even a tenant for life, mused Coralie. If my uncle were to die tomorrow, she would be houseless, so far as yonder the great pile is concerned, or the house in Berkeley Square. Hard lines to spend one's money upon somebody else's property. But then she can't afford to waste a few thousands, and she has Ellerslie House standing ready to receive her if she were to leave the castle. Ellerslie House. What a difference between the spick and span modern house built by a self-made millionaire and that grey fortress over there, which seems to still echo with the tramp of armed feet and the blare of trumpets. Coralie turned her back upon the grey towers. After that contemplative pause, and tramped steadily on, with her face to the sea. It was a long walk from the castle to Ardliston, but Miss Urquhart was a good walker, well broken in by the weary promenades of Madame Michon's pupils in the Bois, or along the chalky roads in the white suburbs that skirt the Bois, and later by lonely wanderings in West End London, rambles which were her sole respite from the dullness of the lodging-house at the back of Piccadilly. She met only one shepherd boy between the castle and the beginning of the long, straggling street of Ardliston, and Ardliston itself might have been asleep for any signs of life or movement, except at the schools, where she heard the sing-song voices of the children chanting the multiplication table, a sound that told her that it was not yet noon, and saved her the trouble of looking at her watch. Her father might have gone back to London by the night mail, or by an early morning train, she thought, in which case she would be much disappointed. She wanted to see him, wanted to question him about the past, though she knew not how she would venture to shape her questions. But she had helped him, had watched for him. She had sacrificed her own instincts of loyalty and honour at his bidding, and she had a right to his confidence. "I will do no more for him unless he trusts me fully," she said to herself. No, he had not left the Higginsons' arms. The landlady, who was busy in the little bar on the one side of the entrance, recognised Coralie. "Come to see your pa, miss?" "He's very late this morning. You'll find him at breakfast." She came out of her snug little nest among the bottles and glasses, and ushered Coralie into a sitting-room, where she found her father reading a newspaper at the breakfast table. He rose, startled at seeing her. "Oh, what brings you here so early? Anything new?" "No, nothing very important. 10 minutes to 12. Do you call that early?" "Early enough for a man who is such a beastly bad sleeper that he seldom gets a wink of sleep until daylight. Sit down, Cora. Do you like some tea? It was made a few minutes ago." He poured out a cup and handed it to her, with some show of attentiveness, while she sat looking at him dumbly, full of thought. He looked haggard and careworn, older than his elder brother, and it seemed to her that all the indications of a debased character were stamped upon his countenance: the furtive eye, the tightened lips, the curious twitch of the nostril now and then before he began to speak. "Well," he asked, when he had mixed a brandy and soda for himself, "what's your news?" She told him briefly how Mr. Coverdale had left the Castle with Lady Penrith yesterday morning, and had not returned with her in the afternoon. "What kind of man is this Coverdale?" "A good man." "Good? Don't quite follow your meaning." That seemed likely enough, Coralie thought. "Conscientious and God-fearing. He is devoted to Lady Penrith, but even for her sake he would do nothing that was not strictly honourable." "So you think he has gone upon some kind of mission for her?" "I think so. She had a telegram this morning at breakfast, a long message, which I fancy may have been from him." "What's the use of fancies?" "Might have been from her dressmaker. Had you the sense to find out where it came from?" "No, I was not near enough to see it. I could only see that she was agitated at receiving it." "That tells me nothing. Well, I'll keep your eyes open, Cora, and let no detail of her daily life escape your observation. Straws show which way the wind blows. Try to find out where the parson has gone. Are you going to stay here much longer?" "That depends on circumstances. I have no particular inducement to go anywhere else just now. I may go farther north, perhaps for a little shooting, but I have made no plans yet." There was a silence of some minutes. Urquhart took up the newspaper and read, or pretended to read. Cora felt it was easier to begin upon a painful subject now that his face was hidden. Father, I was crossing the hall from the drawing-room to the billiard-room yesterday afternoon when you and my uncle were talking, and I could not help hearing a good deal. You mean you couldn't help listening. Your curiosity got the better of your good breeding, retorted Urquhart, throwing down the paper and turning to his daughter with an angry scowl. And you heard all that passed between my affectionate brother and me? Well, who cares? I care very much. I have been broken-hearted ever since. You need not waste your emotions on me. I have a pretty tough hide. It is toughened in a long experience of hard knocks. Father, what odious things he said of you! And you did not deny them. Why should I trouble myself? He is not judge or jury. I wanted help, and he did not want to help me. The easiest way of refusing was to be abusive. You are a woman of the world enough to comprehend that, I hope, Cora. No, I am not. I can't comprehend that you should let him say such things. If I had knocked him down, there would have been a scene and a scandal. You would have found yourself homeless. I know of no other way of dealing with him. But that you should ask him for money, importune him, swallow all his insults. Father, what degradation there is in that. Degradation, yes, perhaps. And you wonder that I should put myself in the way of being insulted. You wonder that I should beg of my brother, who married the heiress I was trying to marry, the woman who cared not one straw for either of us. You wonder that I should ask him to open his wife's coffers for me. You are a fool, Cora. A man hemmed round with debt, distracted for want of money as I am, isn't likely to be scrupulous as to the mode or manner of getting it. Don't whine about what you heard yesterday. You may think yourself lucky if I don't turn forger or highwayman, sign her ladyship's name to a stolen cheque, or hold up a train carrying bullion. What might a man not do at his wits' end, as I am? And my elder brother has the command of 80,000 a year, for his wife denies him nothing, and won't give me 800 or 80 or £8. That's what brotherly love means nowadays, Cora. Very much like the ointment upon Aaron's head, ain't it? Why does he hate you? What did you do to offend him? Nothing. We both courted the same woman. He won her by a fluke. Unintentionally, by sheer ill luck. I helped him to win her. He ought to be grateful to me, but he ain't. He finds it cheaper to ride the high horse and blackguard me. But there must have been something, Father, on your part, some cruel wrong, some act of treachery that gives my uncle and his wife the right to hold themselves aloof from you. She chooses to fancy herself wronged, and he takes advantage of the position. Come, Cora, I'm not going to be questioned about my past life by my own daughter. And I am not going to act as your spy any more, unless you give me your confidence, Cora answered resolutely, looking her father full in the face. There was no filial love in that look. If she felt his degradation strongly, it was because the degradation was reflected upon her. To be the daughter of such a man, to live on sufferance in a house whose threshold he was not allowed to cross, that was the sting. It was her own pride that was hurt. She had borne the brunt of poverty, and suffered from shabby frocks and school bills in arrear, but never till yesterday evening had her father's fallen state been brought home to her. Spy. That's a most unpleasant word, Cora, and you seem to repeat it with gusto, simply because it is unpleasant. I asked you to keep your ears and eyes open in Penrith's house. In her ladyship's interest, because of your friendship for her. That was the fable you imposed upon me. Fable? And imposed? He shrugged his shoulders with a light scornfulness, as if such words hurt him very little, even from a daughter's lips. And then he rose and walked to the window. But I am to be hoodwinked no longer, pursued Cora impetuously. I know now that you hate her. Do I? Asked Mr. Urquhart, drumming on the pane, with his back turned upon his daughter. If I do, it's only the hate that every strong-natured man feels for the woman he loved in vain. She had but to marry me, and I would have been the most docile and devoted of husbands, her head servant out of livery. But, you see, she preferred my brother, and so I can't expect to go on loving her for ever. He has treated me like a pariah dog, and she has treated me no better, which is short-sighted on her part, for she should at least remember that I am heir presumptive, and that if anything should happen to me or to Penrith, all of her grandeurs would pass to me. It doesn't matter to him, for his rights and interests in this life must be over and done with before mine could begin. But it would matter to her to the extent of 2 fine houses and a large domain, and all the money she has sunk upon them. Must they go with the title? Both houses? Asked Cora, her indignation lapsing suddenly into interest. The castle and Penrith House, Mayfair, both go with the title. He was born in one, the heir, at the castle, and, of course, an occasion for bonfires on all the hills, and roasted oxen, and kilderkins of strong beer, for which my father could very ill afford. I was born in the other, and I doubt if the household had so much as an extra bottle of wine to celebrate my nativity. Yes, the house in London must go, whenever Penrith goes, and all her ladyship has spent upon it, something like £30,000, I believe, will go to the heir, whoever he might be. Heir presumptive has a grand look against your name in the peerage, said Cora, waxing bitter again. But I don't think you have much chance of outliving my uncle. Bar accidents, none. But the bursting of a gun, the running down of a yacht, a smash on the railway, a fall from his horse, anything of that sort would be as big a fluke for me as his marriage was for him. But I don't expect it. Drumming louder with fingertips whose sharp touch denoted nervous irritability. Expect it, did I say? I know it will never happen. I'm one of those men who come into the world with bad luck branded on their foreheads. There's no such thing as bad luck, Father. It's the idlest nonsense to talk in that strain. You inherited a younger brother's portion, and you squandered it. You married foolishly, before you were of age, offended your father, spoilt your chance of a fortune with a wife. You lived recklessly. You loaded your shoulders with debt. You have never struggled or worked as other men of good race and small means have done. You should have gone to the bar, or into politics, or to the colonies. There must have been some career open to you, something better than the miserable life you are leading. A beggar to the brother who hates you. A beggar. And refused with contumely. She brushed away her tears, so rare, in those cold grey eyes, tears of shame and mortification. Have you nothing more to say? Sneered her father. This moral lecture might be continued ad infinitum. The daughter's rebuke of the reprobate father. A very pretty subject, and offering fine scope for the prosy and the trite. Well, I will say no more. I know that all lamentations over the irrevocable are worse than useless. Let the past be the past. Only, if you want my help in the future, you must let me into your secrets. Why are you keeping this watch upon your brother's wife? Why? For my own satisfaction. She is my enemy, and would injure me if she could. But how can she injure you? What could she do? Never mind that, Cora. Knowledge is power, and it suits me to be informed of all that happens at the castle. Trust me, then. Be frank, if you can. What was your quarrel with Lady Penrith? Why does she hate you? Pooh. It was a silly girl's hatred to begin with. She was madly in love with her cousin, who murdered Sir Joseph's adopted daughter in a fit of epileptic rage. Is it certain that he was the murderer? Certain, yes. He was found almost in the act of murder, his hands and clothes stained with her blood. There is no room for doubt. Miss Higginson visited him in the lock-up yonder, a wretched hole that was done away with soon after. I found her there and helped in his escape. Was indeed the chief means of getting him away. And when the boat, on board which I put him, was wrecked in a gale that was only beginning when the boat started, she laid his death at my door. But that was the only cause of her dislike? Penrith accused you of trying to win her by the basest means, trading on her ignorance of life. Rot. People in the neighbourhood looked coldly at her after that escapade at the lock-up. Her conduct was too unconventional to escape slander. I may have somewhat magnified the village scandal when I urged her to marry me, but I wanted her to feel the need of a husband to defend her good name. A shabby trick, and it failed. Yes, it failed. The turtle dove. For Brandon Mountfort, she had been a very dove. Turned upon me like a tigress, she flung herself into my brother's arms, partly from sheer malignity to me, and partly because she knew that whatever scandal there had been would be best covered by a coronet. Well, it was a shabby business. However, I am glad I know the past, but I can't understand the situation in the present. Why should you fear her? Why should you watch her? That's my affair. I shan't answer any more questions." He turned and faced her again, frowningly. "I won't trouble you any more, except to ask you how long you are going to stay here." "I don't know. Perhaps for a few days. Perhaps only a few hours. Look here, Cora. If anything out of the common should happen at the castle, you had better come here, as you have done this morning, on the chance of finding me. On reflection, I am inclined to wait till the parson's return from his mysterious mission." "You think his mission may have something to do with you?" "I don't say that. But I should like to know the meaning of it. I rely on your shrewdness for that. Come, Cora, there's no use in riding your high horse. Remember that your interests are interwoven with mine. Anything that hurts me must hurt you." "Yes, I know that," she answered with a sigh. "Your disgrace is my disgrace. It wraps me round like a dark cloud. I live and move in it." This was no idle complaint on her part. The burden of her father's evil reputation had seemed to her a much heavier load since she had known John Coverdale, who, without self-assertion of any kind, had impressed her with the idea of what an honourable man's life and mind ought to be, how fair a record the one, how high a standard the other, and in that pure atmosphere of noble thought and lofty aspiration, how foul and grim her father's character looked. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27, O Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Cora expatiates. Heir presumptive. How the phrase rang in my ears last night when I lay down to sleep after another long, dull evening, for the most part alone with Lady Selina, Lady Penrith having retired soon after we left the dining-room, leaving the spinster and me to amuse each other. The spinster is a late bird, and complains of the dull evenings here, and talks of the superior attractions of other houses owned by other nieces, the large house parties with the constant succession of guests, the theatricals, the charades, the dumb crambo, and music, and cards. Yes, this dissipated old person actually sighs for a riotous game at roulette. Heir presumptive. Of the two lives, my uncle's, so far as I can judge, is the better. His 2 years of seniority count for nothing against my father's habits, late hours, and, I fear, deep drinking. Yet an accident might alter the situation in a breath, an accident, and my father might be the Earl of Penrith, and master of this house. Master here, where he has been treated with contumely, sole owner of the house whose door has been shut against him for the last 10 years. Life hangs by so thin a thread. No, I won't suffer my thoughts to dwell upon such possibilities. I'm not particularly fond of my uncle, and I owe him nothing, since anything I enjoy in this house is given to me by his wife. But I won't indulge in castle building upon such a ghastly foundation. Notwithstanding which resolve, I could not resist the temptation of drawing Lady Selina on the subject of the Penrith property when she and I were left alone, and I had to perform my nightly task of sorting her worsteds and admiring her hideous blanket. She is one of the people who I think that high art begins and ends with muddy greens and dingy yellows, when, if they had eyes to see, they would know that the leading note of high art is brilliant colour. "I have been rambling about his lordship's estate," said I. "What pretty old homesteads and farm buildings, and all so neat and substantial." "These homesteads and barns are monuments of my niece's folly. She has squandered her money upon Penrith's property, and her own flesh and blood will never be one penny richer for all she has spent." "What a pity she has no son to inherit the estate." "Ah, that would have made all the difference," sighed Lady Selina. "Here is my niece, Lady Hilborough, with an enormous family, and my sister, Lady Ranthorpe, with 3 great hulking boys at Eton and Cooper's Hill, and 2 more in the nursery, and here is poor Sibyl, childless. That is her misfortune, poor girl, but it does not excuse her folly in lavishing tens of thousands upon her husband's estate." "Why should she not spend her money on improvements?" "She might spend it upon Ellerslie, which she can leave to her own family." "Ellerslie is perfection. There is very little room for spending money." "She could buy more land. There is always land to be bought nowadays, and ridiculously cheap. She ought to have quadrupled her own stake rather than sunk a fortune upon her husband's property. Penrith was almost a pauper when he married, but she has paid off every mortgage, and doubled the value of his farms by her improvements." "No doubt it has amused her to improve. I can fancy nothing more delightful than messing about a large estate, picking old buildings to pieces and putting them together again, seeing order and beauty where all was squalor and ugliness." "All very well, if there had been an heir, but in the existing state of things, sheer lunacy," said Lady Selina decisively. "And if Penrith were to die, my father, whom Lady Penrith detests, would be enriched by the wealth she has lavished. He would spring at once from poverty to riches, and his riches would be derived from her, an unencumbered estate, land in the perfection of high farming, tenants who know they are better off than any other tenants in Cumberland. He would owe all to her, and could turn her out of doors if he liked, as Penrith turned him out 2 days ago. Well, I won't dwell upon the thought. This journal of mine is not a starched composition, but it shall not be ghastly, and I won't let my mind brood upon the chances that hang by the fine-spun thread of one life. But if I dismiss one hideous subject, shake off the gloom of one idea, other fancies crowd in upon me, as dark or darker. I cannot get the thought of that murdered girl out of my mind. Curious as I have been about that tragic story, I had resolved not to ask any questions of the servants, but I have broken down in that commendable resolution. A lady never talks to servants except in a purely businesslike manner. Put out my blue gown. Put away my red. Where are my satin shoes? and so on. Nothing more interesting than an Ollendorff dialogue should ever pass between mistress and maid. Well, I am as much a lady as I can be, but I am first a woman, and I am devoured by a morbid curiosity that must be satisfied. The horror of that murder haunts me. A young woman, young and beautiful, full of the pride of life, caught like a hunted fawn in a wood, caught and slaughtered by a raging maniac, for the epilepsy that hungers for blood must be lunacy under its most revolting aspect. No one saw her struggles. If she had time to cry for help, no ear heard her cry. In the loneliness and darkness, the murderer's knife did its trick. I know all about it now. The picture presented by Lady Selina was vague and shadowy, but last night I let her ladyship's maid come into my room after her mistress had gone to bed, and while she was brushing my hair, I led up to the story of Marie Arnold's death. The woman has all the ghoulish relish for horrors which seems natural to persons in that sphere, and she was charmed to dilate upon every detail. She took immense credit to herself for having been at Ellerslie at the time. One of her male relatives could have been no more proud had he ridden along that avenue of guns we all know so well in the Balaclava charge. She was at Ellerslie. She followed in the murdered girl's funeral procession. She never hopes to see such a funeral again. She distinctly used the word hope. She was really very interesting. She conjured up the image of a young woman in all her showy foreign beauty. She suggested the unrevealed link between her and Sir Joseph. Everybody in the steward's room had suspected that she was something nearer and dearer than an adopted daughter, though she had been put somewhat in the background, and when they saw the poor old gentleman's grief after her death, they were sure they had guessed right. And then she described Brandon Mountford as a man from whom no evil could have been anticipated, so handsome, such a gentleman, always polite to the servants, though he kept to himself very much. He had no valet, and on the morning before the murder he had been in his own room packing for some hours. The servants noticed a change in him at luncheon that day. He was in the garden with Miss Higginson after luncheon, and later in the afternoon my informant saw him going into his own room again, and he looked pale and agitated. Very much upset was her expression. She was sitting at her needlework by a window in the corridor, and she could hear him walking up and down his room and throwing things about, and when she looked into the room after he had gone downstairs, she found his portmanteau still open and his books and things scattered about, as if he had been too upset to get on with his packing. He was seen by one of the men going out into the garden again, but at dinner there was no sign of him, nor of Miss Arnold. And then she told me how Miss Arnold had also seemed very much upset at luncheon, and had left the room before the meal was finished, and she told me that there was no doubt in her mind that poor Miss Arnold was deeply in love with Mr. Mountford. "And he with her?" I asked. "Oh, no, miss," says the woman. "It was a regular game of cross purposes. Mr. Mountford was in love with my young mistress. One could see that with half an eye, but there was someone else in love with Miss Arnold, and had been for a long time." "Who was that?" asked I. "You might be offended, miss, if I was to say." Her meaning flashed upon me in a moment. "You mean my father?" "Yes, miss. Mr. Urquhart was very much attached to Miss Arnold. He wanted to marry her, but she wouldn't have him. One of the gardeners overheard their talk in the conservatory one afternoon. He was at work behind the tree ferns, and they didn't know he was there, and they talked quite free, and the young man didn't like to show himself after they began to talk, so he stopped quietly there till after they left the conservatory. Mr. Urquhart was quite violent, carried away by his feelings, the young man said, but Miss Arnold was very haughty and determined. She couldn't have been prouder had she been a duchess. This revelation throws a new light upon my father's character. I did not think passionate love was in his line, even when he was 10 years younger, and that he could be in love with the poor dependent while the millionaire heiress was in the house, to be wooed and won. That was strange. And then, when this poor girl was dead, he had set himself to win the heiress, and had failed dismally. I asked Ferriby if she and her fellow servants believed in Mr. Mountford's guilt. "I'm afraid there's no doubt about it, miss," she answered, shaking her head. "He was the nicest of gentlemen, but he was not a bit like himself that day. Several of us saw the change in him, and he must have killed her in a fit of madness. They say his poor mother was mad for many years, and died in a madhouse. If he wasn't guilty, why would he run away? Yes, that flight of his was the strongest evidence against him." "Was no one ever else suspected?" I asked. "No one, miss. Not by any one of us. But Sir Joseph, he would never believe that Mr. Mountford was the murderer. He told the steward so. He believed that the poor young lady was killed by a tramp for the sake of the jewellery she was wearing." "Was her jewellery taken?" "No, miss, not a thing. But then Sir Joseph said the murderer must have been surprised by Mr. Mountford's approach before he had time to rob his victim, and had slipped off through the wood without being seen by the 2 stablemen who were searching for the poor young lady. That was Sir Joseph's idea, but we didn't see it. If Mr. Mountford was innocent, he'd no call to run away, even if those who were interested in him over-persuaded him." "You mean your mistress," said I. The woman nodded significantly. "Yes, miss. My mistress and Mr. Urquhart were both mixed up in it. They acted for the best, no doubt, but if the poor gentleman was innocent, they made him look guilty." They made him look guilty. I have thought of those words a good deal since her ladyship's maid uttered them. May not one of those concerned in the wretched man's flight have meant to damage him rather than to aid? There can be no doubt of Miss Higginson's good faith, but my father's motive is not so obvious. I'm afraid I am as much of a ghoul as Ferriby, for ever since that young woman brushed my hair last night, I have been haunted by the image of the young, amiable, handsome man tormented by one of the direst diseases that afflict humanity, a disease which can change the man who would not hurt a worm into a bloodthirsty murderer. So haunted have I been all day by the ghastly suggestion of a kindly and courteous gentleman suddenly transformed into a human wild beast, that I have been absolutely unable to stay quietly indoors, least of all to endure solitary confinement with Lady Selina, which I should have to endure if I had not taken the key of the fields. Lady Penrith retired to her own room after breakfast with the meagre excuse of having letters to write. I believe she really does cover reams of notepaper in the course of her correspondence with innumerable aunts and cousins, among the latter of whom there is always one who is just engaged or just going to be married, and who requires extra sympathy and something magnificent in the way of a wedding present. But I doubt if aunts or cousins are profiting much by her ladyship's present seclusion, as I shrewdly suspect that her only correspondent is Mr. Coverdale, and that he sits in her morning room waiting for wires from that clerical knight-errant. I left the castle soon after her disappearance, and in my purposeless wanderings on the moor, whom should I meet but Mr. Dewsnap, the family doctor, the dapper bachelor who attends her ladyship and my uncle for any small ailment, and who generally has a patient or two among the castle household. He has been allowed to look at my tongue and feel my pulse on one or two occasions, and has been disappointed to discover me a wiry little person, never good for more than 3 visits. He was riding an elderly white pony, but at the sight of my trim tailor gown and toque, jumped off and put the bridle over his arm. He looks about 40, an elderly young man, very neat in his dress, with, I fancy, some pretension to lady-killing, and above all, he is an inveterate gossip. He seemed delighted at the opportunity of talking to me. For Mr. Coverdale, I may be only a plain young woman, but for the family practitioner, I am the young lady of Killander Castle, an earl's niece, and worthy of attention. Under ordinary circumstances, I should certainly have kept him very much in his place, and he would have remounted his ancient steed in 5 minutes. But in my present mood I was delighted to get a talk with a man who could tell me all about that horrible malady which I had been brooding upon in connection with Brandon Mountford. We talked of the weather, and then I said casually, "No doubt you are able to read all the local meteorological signs, for I am told you've lived in this neighbourhood for a good many years." "Except when I was walking the hospital in London, I have hardly ever lived anywhere else," answered he. "My father had the only good practice between here and Workington. I began my professional career as his assistant, and I have continued as his successor. I doubt if I shall ever extend my travels beyond these hills and moors. A country practice gives a vast variety of experience." "No doubt. You must have seen many curious cases in all these years," said I, walking slowly along the footpath while the medico sauntered at my side, and the medico's horse crept along, cropping the russet sward as he went. "I wonder if you remember that terrible event at Ellerslie Park 10 years ago?" "If you mean the murder of Marie Arnold, it would not be easy for me to forget it," replied the doctor. "I was acquainted with that unfortunate young lady. She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw." "Was she handsomer than my aunt, Lady Penrith?" "Oh, quite another style of beauty. A more brilliant style, distinctly southern, a richer colouring. I own to a weakness for rich colouring." He looked at my drab complexion, hesitated, and added, "Though where there is an intellectual expression, where mind lights the face, colouring is of secondary importance." With what weariness of spirit I have heard that specious lie about my intellectual expression, heard it from the lips of men who have shown in every look that I was of no more account in their sight than if my face had been cut out of wood. "I see you greatly admired that poor girl," said I. Mr. Dewsnap's only answer was a profound sigh. "Can you believe that Mr. Mountford was her murderer?" I asked. "My dear Miss Urquhart," cried the creature, growing disgustingly familiar, "I can believe anything of an epileptic subject, just as I can believe anything of a madman. From the moment I knew Mountford was epileptic, and heard of his low spirits and discomposure on the day of the murder, I had little doubt of his guilt. That gloomy agitation presaged an attack, and there is no doubt that alone in the wood the devil of epilepsy seized upon him, and as the fit passed it left him like the demoniac of old, panting with fierce impulses, thirsting for blood. And with that savage rage upon him, he met that poor girl, seized her as the tiger seizes its prey, and killed her more swiftly than the tiger kills. I have thought it all out. The image of the victim has haunted me." He stifled a sob, and I began to feel more kindly towards him. "Yes," he continued after a pause, "the man who I had only seen as a calm, well-mannered gentleman was the fiend who killed Marie Arnold. The same, but not the same. And when the deed was done, he fell down beside his victim, exhausted, in a comatose sleep, and on awakening from which memory was a blank. He might remember nothing of that savage crime. He might feel nothing but a confused sense of trouble." "Have you heard what became of him after his escape from the lock-up?" I asked. "No one in this neighbourhood has any actual knowledge of his fate. He may have landed somewhere along the coast, within a few miles of Ardliston, before the fishing boat in which he left came to grief. But the general idea is that he went down with the skipper and his crew. Nothing has ever been heard of him since that night by anyone around here." "Then it would likely seem that he was drowned. Or might he not have left the country and gone back to Africa, for instance?" "Yes, that would be probable enough, if they were able to land him before the worst of the storm." We had come to the junction between the footpath and the Ardliston road, and here the doctor bade me good day, remounted his pony, and trotted homewards, while I turned my face towards the castle, where I arrived only a few minutes before luncheon. I was surprised to see the station brougham waiting at the door, with a portmanteau, a small black trunk, and a travelling bag on the roof. "Who is going away?" I asked the groom, though the S.P. painted in bold red letters upon the portmanteau left no room for doubt. "Her ladyship is leaving by the 2:40 train, ma'am." "For London?" The groom did not know. I ran into the house and to the dining-room, where I found Lady Selina and her niece, the elder lady evidently out of temper, and the younger grave and composed, but very pale, and with that eager look in her eyes which has distinguished her of late. "What wonders are happening!" I exclaimed. "To think of you deserting us like this, aunt! Are you going to London?" "No, not nearly so far." "Where, then, if one might venture to ask?" "One may ask anything, Cora, but my movements are so uncertain that it is hardly worth entering into particulars. I hope to be home again in a day or two. If there should be any need to write to me, my aunt has an address that will find me." "What shall we do without you?" "I daresay you will contrive to exist." A servant appeared at the dining-room door. "Are my things in the carriage? Is Ferriby there?" "Yes, my lady. Kingdon says it is time for you to start." Kingdon is her ladyship's particular coachman. His office is to drive her, and no one else, and to be waited upon and worked for by 3 or 4 underlings. "You had better let me go with you, Sibyl," said Lady Selina, as if following up a previous request. "Impossible. Take care of yourself, auntie, and of Cora." "How shall I explain your absence to Penrith?" "I have explained in a letter. Goodbye." She kissed her aunt, gave me a friendly nod, and hurried away. We both followed to the hall and stood disconsolately watching as the brougham drove away, with Lady Penrith inside, and Lady Penrith's confidential maid with her. Most women in her position would have a highly trained Parisian, with fairy fingers for the adjustment of ribbons or lace, and with fine taste in hairdressing. Lady Penrith has kept the woman who came to her from a village school, and has been in her service for over 10 years. If one were inclined to think evil, one might suspect her ladyship of some secret reason for keeping this woman about her. Old servants are not to be lightly dismissed. They know too much. But I must add that Ferriby spoke of her mistress with a frankness and freedom which one would not expect if there were any secrets in Lady Penrith's life. Lady Selina ate her luncheon in silence, evidently out of temper with her niece and in things in general. She sent away some roast pheasant because it was too high. She objected to the fricasseed fowl because the mushrooms in the sauce were underdone. "I think Lady Penrith has about as bad a chef as money could buy for her," said Lady Selina, "and I have observed that the higher wages people give, the worse cooks they get. We had a cordon bleu at Basingstoke House for £40 a year. My father couldn't afford a man cook, but we had better dinners than people who are giving £300 a year to a chef. Better everyday food, I mean, my dear." And then the spinster thawed and read me a long lecture about the management of a great house, which I fear can never be of the slightest use to me. A shabby London lodging or a tiny villa in a dusty suburb is the only hope I can see waiting for me in the dismal desert of my future. Lady Selina ate an enormous luncheon in spite of her abuse of the cook, and talked for nearly an hour about the folly of masters and mistresses and the iniquity of servants, of her nieces who managed well, and her nieces who managed ill, till I found myself upon the point of dropping asleep. I proposed a drive before tea. Lady Selina has scarcely finished her lunch when she begins to look forward to her tea. No, she didn't care about driving. There were only 2 tolerable drives, and she knew them both by heart. She would sit by the fire and get on with her work. So by the fire I left her, promising to go back to her at tea time, and went to the billiard room. My father had gone out shooting by himself directly after breakfast, and was not likely to return until dusk. So I had the room and the table to myself, and I gave myself an hour's practice, making the most brilliant flukes and some really clever cannons, and accomplishing the spot stroke 6 or 7 times in succession. It is wonderful how good a game I can play when I have no opponent and no gallery. An hour of this work tired me, so I put on my hat and set out on another ramble. My mind has been so thoroughly unhinged of late that nothing but a long walk seems to do me any good, a long, lonely walk in a wild, bleak landscape. No doubt Lady Penrith has gone to Keswick. The 2:40 train stops at Keswick. I looked at Bradshaw in the hall on my way to the billiard room. She has gone to join Coverdale. There is something mysterious going on in which he is her agent and preux chevalier. Were she a different woman, were he another man, I might suspect a guilty intrigue. But if I could suspect her of evil, I could not believe evil of him. If ever there were truth and candour to be found in mankind, they are to be found in John Coverdale. He is a King Arthur among priests. Ah, if I had but been handsome! Oh, if he had but cared for me! how I could have cast off this slough of wickedness which has gradually grown over me and over my mind and my heart, and I would have emerged from the dismal swamp of past experience a good woman, purified by his love, ennobled by sympathy with his noble nature. I cannot imagine evil where he is concerned, so I can only think that secret business which enrages Lady Penrith and her friend has some relation to her past life, to the romance of her girlhood, to the tragic story of Braddon Mountford. My idea is that the man has come back from Africa, and that Lady Penrith and Mr. Coverdale are engaged in finding him some safe retreat, some secluded spot where he might be out of the reach of the law. The afternoon has been dull and bitingly cold, and I am sitting as close as I can to the cosy fire in my comfortable room, half dressing room, half boudoir, whose thick walls keep out wind and weather, a very comfortable room. Indeed, there are no comforts or luxuries lacking in my life at Killander Castle, and if it were not for the uncertain tenure by which I hold these things, the dependence upon her ladyship's liking, I might be happy, quotha, with such a father at my door, happy with the gnawing knowledge that my plain face cuts me off from the golden chances that lie all along the pathway of a pretty woman's life, like the enchanted apples that distracted Atalanta. When I came in at 5:30, I found to my great relief that Lady Selina had a headache and was lying down, so I came straight to my own snug room, threw some logs on the fire, and had my tea tray, with a pile of those delicious little pastry cakes which the still room maid makes to perfection, brought to me here, and here I am at 7:15, still scribbling the record of the day, for my own amusement only. I find an undiminishing interest in this volume. The facility with which my pen runs along the page makes me think that I shall some day blossom into a novelist. I see myself, 10 years hence, a spinster novelist, in a snug little house in Mayfair. The merest doll's house would do, provided it were in a smart street. That would not be half so bad. My father might be dead by that time. I'm not calculating on its death in a cold-blooded manner, but we are all mortal, and it is only natural that I should look forward to the years when I may stand alone in the world, free from a tie that galls me, but perhaps without a friend. I must be a fool if I quarrel with the one friend who has made life pleasant for me, a fool if I let envy and all uncharitableness set me against Sibyl Penrith. Yet, when I see her absorbing John Coverdale's attentions, see her spoiling what might have been my chance of winning his affection, it is very difficult for me not to hate her. To see her so handsome, so richly provided with all the good things of this world, so scornful of the wealth for which most of us are ready to sell our souls to Satan. I can't help remembering that she has done nothing to deserve this good fortune except take the trouble to be born, as somebody said, of a French patrician. Well, at any rate, let me think twice before I do anything to forfeit her friendship. I won't be in any hurry to tell my father of this sudden journey of hers. It is clear to me now that he means mischief. I am worried and perplexed by his hanging about this neighbourhood, living almost in hiding at the inn at Ardliston, and I shall feel it a profound relief when he is gone. Why should he linger here? He can hardly mean to make a further appeal to my uncle, to be again insulted and repulsed. What a hard-hearted wretch Penrith must be. Granted that my father behaved badly in his courtship of the heiress, what superior merit can the Earl boast of on his own part? He too wanted the fortune much more than the lady, and I dare say would have stooped to any meanness to win her. I saw my father this afternoon. Saw him amusing himself in his solitary way, just like his brother, who I believe is happier now the house party has gradually melted away, and he can prowl over the hills alone with his gun and dogs, than when he had his friends about him, and when the great stone hall used to echo their talk and laughter as they set out in the morning. I was walking along the topmost ridge of the hill in the keen frosty air when I caught sight of my father in the valley below, crossing a stubble field, with his gun under his arm, a gun but no dog. Could he be poaching? I wondered. I knew so little of the game laws that I don't know whether it would be poaching on his part to shoot any bird that he chanced upon in those fields, but as I believe all the land around here belongs to my uncle, and as they are ill friends, I concluded that the Honourable Hubert Urquhart, heir presumptive to the title and estates, can be no better than a common poacher when he knocks down a pheasant on his brother's land. Heir presumptive, quotha. In the reading of the description of some sprig of nobility's marriage the other day, I read that as heir presumptive to the Duke of Dash, he had been handsomely provided for by that nobleman. As heir presumptive. All that my father has received as heir presumptive is what Lady Penrith's nephew would call the dirty kick-out. Hideous slang, no doubt, but it best expresses the treatment that my brother, as younger brother, received from the elder, as heir presumptive. The sky was darkening, and the hard ground was hardening under the frosty wind. I saw my father creeping along by the low stone wall, with his gun, stopping to look about him every now and then, intent on pheasants, no doubt. There was nothing left of the sun but a low yellow light behind the dark shoulder of the moor, and eastward the shadows of evening were stealing over the leaden-coloured sea, but there was light enough for me to watch my father's movements. He was queerly dressed, and looked like a keeper or even a keeper's underling. It amused me to watch his movements with a touch of contempt for the sporting instinct which could gratify itself at the sacrifice of self-respect. To steal the birds upon the land of a man who had heaped insult upon him, and that man his brother. He passed through a gap in the stone wall into a second field, a field I knew well, for it skirts the footpath by which the shooters often come down the hill on their way home, and along which I have tramped with him many a time. How merry we have been sometimes along that path! What trifles have set us in a roar! That little snub is an amusing little beast, but I'm afraid I need to laugh at his jokes with a frankness that disgusted the Reverend John, if he happened to be with us. Not that there was anything really wrong in the jokes, only a touch of vulgarity, a flavour of the mess room and the stables. But men like John Coverdale are so easily scared, and then there is all the difference between a pretty woman and a plain one. From Beauty's lips, even the slang of the saddle room has charm. Human nature has such strange sports and varieties. There are men, starched prigs like John Coverdale, who are fascinated by their opposites, and who make themselves the world's wonder by choosing a wife out of the gutter. But such men are poor invertebrate creatures, in spite of the starch. Their prim propriety is only outside wear. Not so with John Coverdale. With him it is the whiteness of a lofty spirit. He is firm as a rock, knows his ideal, and will accept nothing less than perfect and pure. And he has found his ideal in Lady Penrith, whom he can't marry, but whom he can worship. The thought of those homeward walks in the twilight with him, in those hours when he condescended to talk with me as a friend and intellectual equal, and when I felt myself another creature, the very thought of that past, so recent yet so far away, made me melancholy. I'm not prone to the melting mood, but there were tears in my eyes as I watched my father stealing along the stone wall toward the high tangled hedge which divides the field from the footpath, one of the few real rustic English hedges around here, where the fields are so large and for the most part bounded by ugly stone walls. What a stealthy air a solitary sportsman has! How much more like a poacher my father looked, creeping along under the shadow of the hedge, waiting for his chance. No dog to point or put up his bird for him, only the chance of some belated pheasant lumbering heavily home to its cover, or rising scared at the sound of those stealthy footsteps. It seemed very poor sport to my mind, but I can imagine that my father may feel a malicious pleasure in shooting a brace or two of Penrith's pampered birds, which are said to cost him half a guinea apiece, almost within earshot of the castle. He was not very lucky while I watched him, for he only fired once, just as I was turning my footsteps homeward across the open moor. Only one shot. How it echoed along the silent valley, with a sharp, rattling sound, which set a regiment of rooks screaming and chattering high above my head in the grey evening gloom. The cold grew sharper with the sinking of the sun, so I hurried home as fast as I could to my snug room and the rousing fire and the plenteous tea table. Assuredly, in choosing between my father and Lady Penrith, I should be a fool if I were to hesitate as to where my loyalty should be given. 8 o'clock, and I am only half dressed. No matter, for there will be nobody sitting down to dinner in the castle tonight. I was in the midst of my dressing room when I was startled by a tremendous ringing of bells and opening and shutting of doors below. Could Lady Penrith have returned unexpectedly? No, it must be something more than that. The sudden arrival of a whole family could hardly cause such noise of hurrying footsteps and ringing of bells as I heard reverberating through the stone hall and corridors. I flew out to the gallery to listen, wrapped in my dressing gown, with my hair streaming, and there stood, trying to make out the meaning of these sounds. But they gradually died away into silence, and I was none the wiser. An inexplicable terror was upon me. My hands were shaking. Then, when I knew nothing, my teeth chattering, almost as badly as my hand shakes now as I write this, now that I know the worst. Agonized with that dreadful uncertainty, I went along the gallery to the great open space at the top of the staircase, hearing low murmurs of several voices and the heavy tread of feet upon the stairs as I hurried on. I knew what that tread meant. They were carrying something upstairs. The something was Lord Penrith. 4 men were carrying him slowly, very slowly, up the broad staircase to his bedroom, and he lay in their arms without sound or movement as much as one finger of the hand that swung loosely from the sleeve of his dark grey shooting jacket. I drew back into the shadow and saw that awful group pass by almost in silence, while a servant who had gone in advance opened the door of the bedroom and lighted the lamps inside. They passed in with their burden, and the door was shut. I ran downstairs and found plenty of people standing about, eager to tell me what had happened. He was dead. It was an accident, a common kind of accident, which might have been avoided by the most ordinary precaution on his lordship's part. He had been found, shot to the heart and lungs, lying across a gap in the hedge, his gun by his side, one charge exploded. It was the old story of a sportsman scrambling through the hedge with his loaded gun in his hand. His lordship had dismissed the keeper late in the afternoon and had walked home alone. The keeper thought he would have gone the shortest way by the footpath, but instead of that he must have taken a somewhat wider round and skirted the big turnip field to get into the footpath by the gap at the lower end, a gap which the shooters had used very often that season. They were all eager to give me the details. His favourite Clumber spaniel had been with us, and had come back to the castle in a cowed and frightened condition, which had given the first alarm at the kennels, the men seeing that something was wrong with the dog, and apprehending an accident to his master. And then the stablemen started in a body to search the homeward track, and they found their master in a hedge at the bottom of the hill. A stone wall divides the turnip field from its neighbours on 3 sides. There is only the hedge by the footpath, almost the only hedge upon his lordship's estate, moaned the house steward. Why do I place these things on record? God knows. My hand shakes so that it is difficult to write. My fire is nearly out. I sit shivering beside the smouldering logs, and my room, which looked so bright and cheery an hour ago, is now the picture of desolation. The northeast wind is shrieking outside my window. I shall write no more in this journal. I close the book forever this miserable night. My heart is frozen. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. Death in Life. The telegram that summoned Lady Penrith upon her mysterious journey early on that fatal November afternoon was of the briefest. Found. Come as soon as you like. I wait here for your reply. Coverdale, Lodore Hotel, Keswick. The reply was decisive. I start for Keswick by the 2:40 train today. Mr. Coverdale was waiting on the platform when the train arrived. The grave, kindly face seemed like a welcome, and Lady Penrith felt cheered and sustained by his greeting. He had a carriage waiting for her, looked after her maid and her luggage, and then took his seat beside her, and spared her all the agitating questions by telling his story at once and fully. In the first place, I have found him, he said. Plain facts first and details afterwards. I have found him. He is desperately ill, a changed man from the man you remember at Ellerslie. You must bear that in mind, Lady Penrith. You have to prepare yourself for a terrible shock in seeing him after 10 years, which have done more to alter him, poor fellow, than twice the number would in a happy life. Desperately ill. So changed, she faltered, trying to keep back her tears. Tell me the worst. Don't be afraid to tell me. Will he know me again? Is his mind affected? Seriously affected, I fear. I would not say that reason is altogether gone, but it is no longer a sane mind. There are hallucinations alternating with a dull apathy. The treatment may not have been cruel, has not been actively cruel, for there have been intervals since yesterday in which he has talked rationally and answered all my questions about his life at St. Jude's with perfect clearness. But it has been the worst possible treatment for such a case as his. It has been murder, deliberate murder, and those people at St. Jude's have acted as hired murderers. Mr. Carpew has been your brother-in-law's paid agent. I think there is no doubt of his guilt in that degree. Mr. Urquhart has an extraordinary influence over him, some stronger hold than money, but it is not worth while to enter upon that question. The wrong has been done, and cannot be undone. It is possible that this poor fellow might have degenerated in bodily and mental health under the happiest circumstances. What does the doctor say? No doubt you have called in a doctor. A man of the highest repute in the neighbourhood. He considers the case one of epilepsy, pure and simple. Epilepsy in that severe form in which the frequent attacks tend towards lunacy, and too often result in lunacy. He does not think the patient likely to be long-lived. Long-lived? A life of misery. Oh, God, to think of what he was when I knew him. Oh, if you could have seen him then, Mr. Coverdale, young, handsome, a king among men, his mind so highly cultivated, knowing and loving all the books I loved, so full of enthusiasm, telling us of adventures that showed such courage and ready wit, unconsciously, for he was the last of men to boast of what he had done. And now you tell me that he is a wreck in mind and body, a creature to be pitied. To hear you speak of him just now as this poor fellow. She burst into tears, crushed and humiliated, as if Brandon Mountford's humiliation bowed her proud head to the dust. Pray bear with me, she said, as Coverdale murmured some consoling commonplace, hardly knowing what he said, his heart aching for her as it had never ached before for a woman in sorrow. Think what it is for me to have loved him as I did love him. Those and these lips told him so only a few hours before Marie Arnold's death, and to find him thus. Bear with me, Mr. Coverdale. You are a good man, my true, kind friend, the only friend I can look to now. Coverdale was silent, not daring to trust himself to speech in answer to that declaration of friendship. "How did you find him?" she asked after a pause. They were driving along the road by the lake through the drizzling rain. An expanse of dark grey water stretched in front of them, with mountains on either side, and wintry gloom brooding over mountain and lake. It was not easy, but still it only required patience and the following up of every clue. I have had to hunt for people in the East End, and I have found out that there is only one way of doing it. I had the Keswick police to help me, 2 men who knew the neighbourhood for a good many miles around, and with their help I soon discovered traces of him. The arrival of an invalid gentleman and his friend at a lonely farmhouse on the further side of Buttermere had been heard of at an inn in the neighbourhood, an inn used by excursionists in summer, but almost deserted at this time of year. We found the man who drove them there, not one of the flymen who ordinarily meet the trains, but a man from a livery yard engaged by a telegram overnight. Had one of the station flies had been employed, we should have made our discovery much sooner, for naturally my first inquiries were among those men. "What kind of a place? What kind of people?" asked Sibyl. "A decent farmhouse. Very lonely, a place to hide in. Decent, kindly people, anxious to do their best for their charge, I believe. He had been sent to them by Mr. Carpew, whom they had known a few years ago when they had a farm near St. Jude's, a farm on your father's estate. They knew nothing of the man who brought him, had never seen him before to their knowledge, but they knew Mr. Carpew and were willing to oblige him. They were to be paid for the gentleman's board and lodging, and for a man to look after him, and all that was wanted was seclusion and secrecy. The poor gentleman had relatives who wanted to put him in a lunatic asylum, and who would perhaps make out a case of lunacy against him if they could get a hold of him, though he was by no means a lunatic. Mrs. Holloway, the farmer's wife, seems a kindly soul, and her sympathies were aroused by this story. Thank God he has not fallen among thieves. So far as these people are concerned, are you taking me to him now? I am taking you to the hotel, where I have engaged rooms for you. I hope you will rest quietly for tonight, and tomorrow morning we will start for the farm as early as you like. Why should I wait till tomorrow? I am longing to see him, to know the worst about him. You tell me he is ill, a broken man. Your manner implies that he is very ill. He may die before tomorrow morning, and then I shall go down to my grave without having seen the man my foolish, unreasoning love helped to ruin. Lady Penrith, you must not look at this story in that light. No one can tell what influence surrounding circumstances may have had upon him. It is possible that he was doomed to suffer as he has done, that in the brightest lot his fate would have been the same, and if he committed the crime for which he was arrested— No, he did not commit that crime. Don't speak of it. I am angry at the thought of my own folly, the web of lies in which I was caught. Let us go to the farm at once. We can stop at the hotel just to get rid of Ferriby and the luggage, and then drive on. Not on a dark night like this. The distance is too long. The drive would not be without danger, and you would see the patient at his worst, startled by such a late arrival. I want to see him at his worst. I want to know all he has suffered in those long, dreary years. But think what the shock might be for him. He must be prepared for seeing you. Is he not prepared already? Have you told him nothing of my anxiety about his fate, my bitter grief for his sufferings? Yes, I have spoken of you, but perhaps not enough. Be assured it will be better for you and for him that you should defer the meeting until tomorrow. You have been so good to me that I cannot disobey you. Sibyl answered with a sigh. What is the name of the hotel where I am to stop? She asked. The Lador. I thought you would like to be by the lake and away from the town. Yes, I gave them no address when I was leaving. I was afraid Penrith might follow me and interfere in some manner. I must go back tomorrow afternoon, when we have decided what is to be done. Has Mr. Mountford no near relations? Is he quite alone in the world? Quite alone. He has no relation nearer than my uncle, Lord Braemar, and they are only second cousins, a relationship which does not count for much in a large family like my grandfather's. I was interested in him for another reason over and above the relationship. His father loved my mother hopelessly, loved her even after he was bound to another. His son told me the story of that sad, hopeless love. Oh, Mr. Coverdale, forgive me, she said, startled by a stifled sob from the man sitting by her. Pray forgive me if I have touched upon some sad story of your own. No, it was nothing, he said hastily. That kind of story, the idea of a hopeless love, a hopeless grief, manfully battled with, is always pathetic. You remember Warrington's story, a mere episode in Pendennis. It moves one more than all the rest of the book, doesn't it? Ah, here we are at the Lador. And now I shall leave you to get as much rest as you can till tomorrow morning." The carriage stopped in front of the hotel. Lady Penrith's maid alighted. The porter took the luggage. Lights shone brightly in the hall within, with all the stir and bustle of an important arrival. Head waiter and head chambermaid were in eager attendance to show the way to her ladyship's rooms. A titled visitor in that dead season of the year was worthy of exceptional respect. "I am staying at the Keswick Hotel," Coverdale said as he bade good night, "but I will be with you as early as you like tomorrow, and a carriage and pair of good horses. You had better bring your maid. The journey will be long and tiring, and if we should have a hopelessly wet day—" "I am not afraid of bad weather. Would 8 o'clock be too early for you to be here?" "Not too early for me. If I can get the livery people to stir early, I will be with you at 8. Only I beg that you will try to rest to-night. They have given you rooms looking towards the lake, and I hope the sound of the waterfall will be only loud enough to serve as a slumber song. Do not think of me. You have taken worlds of trouble. I don't know how I should ever thank you. Don't thank me. I have to take much more trouble at the East End for duty's sake. It will be my most cherished memory that you look to me for help in your anxieties. Good night." He did not even stop to shake hands with her, but left with a stiff bow, which seemed curiously at variance with the suppressed emotion in his voice. He went back to the carriage through the rain, and she heard him drive away, leaving her with the long evening before her in a strange hotel. A 2 hours' drive through the morning mists brought Lady Penrith and her companion to a solitary farmhouse hidden amongst the hills, a spot more lonely than even St. Jude's vicarage. But this rustic homestead, with its group of barns and stable yard in the background, and its little garden where autumn flowers still lingered, had a more cheerful aspect than the straggling stone house at St. Jude's with its walled garden and gloomy firs. Braddon Mountford. Yes, this was Braddon Mountford. This tall, wasted figure, this hollow-eyed countenance, with the downward melancholy lines about the mouth, and the nervous contraction of the brow, and the wasted hands that lay in helpless inaction on the arms of the chair. Sibyl stood gazing at him in awe-stricken silence, almost as she might have looked at a ghost. She could find no words to say to him, no words of pity or affection. Speech seemed frozen. Vainly had Coverdale sought to prepare her for the shock. The anguish of the spectacle was not lessened by anything that he had told her. The silence lasted for minutes. Coverdale heard the old clock in the passage ticking solemnly on, as if it were measuring out a long lifetime. So hopeless seemed the duration of that agony. The woman standing statue-like, white as marble, the man sitting with eyes that glazed idly out beyond the open window across the little garden, where the asters and marigolds made a bank of gaudy colour to the grey dimness of great rugged hills. The mists had cleared from the lower landscape, and the air in the shelter of the hills had a summer-like softness. At last, over the blank melancholy of that altered face, there crept a slow, vague smile, and Braddon Mountford lifted his eyes towards Sibyl. "I knew that you would come," he said slowly. "I knew that you would understand my message, though I have almost lost the trick of writing." "Braddon, you know me! You know me!" she cried, sinking on her knees by his chair, clasping one of his wasted hands, deadly cold to her touch. "Know you? Yes, of course. You have been cruelly treated. But that is all over now. All that this world can give you of happiness shall be yours. It shall be my care, the object of my life, to atone for your sufferings." "No, no. There has been no cruelty. It was my doom, the curse laid upon me. What could they do but hide me from my fellow men, a wretch, a murderer? I have suffered, but I have had my dreams of that wild country where I was so happy, centuries ago, centuries of weariness and pain. The black faces came back to me in dreams, the river, the forest, and I have dreamt that you and I were happy there, you and I, sitting together by the campfire. I have seen your face in the red light, and then the fire has changed to the fire of hell, and I have suffered like a soul in everlasting agony. I have suffered for my crime." In broken sentences, with piteous entreaty, she protested against his self-denunciation. "It is a dream," she said, "a horrible dream. You had nothing to do with poor Marie's death, except the misfortune to be the first to find her. You have been the victim of a diabolical conspiracy, a plot to hide away an innocent man in order to prevent suspicion falling on the real murderer." He looked at her curiously, as if lapsing into a reverie in which her words hardly reached him, looked at her wonderingly, as if her face were strange to him, and then his eyes wandered away from that earnest, eager face to the gaudy autumn flowers and the great grave hills veiled in the thin white mist. Alas, it was but too evident that the shadows which clouded his reason only cleared away now and again for a brief space, as the autumn haze parted and patches of the hillside showed clear and bright through a rift in the veil. "It is not wise to talk to him of that dreadful event," said Coverdale. "What we have to consider is what is best to be done for him. The doctor will be here at 12 o'clock. You may be glad to hear his opinion from his own lips." "Yes, I should like to hear what he thinks. But ought we not to have a specialist? We might telegraph to Edinburgh." "There will be time for that, by and by. Will you come into the garden with me?" "What, leave him alone?" "He has been accustomed to sitting alone. The woman of the house is within call. I should like to have a quiet talk with you out yonder." Sibyl did not answer him, scarcely heard him, perhaps. She was looking at Brandon Mountford in agonized contemplation. Whatever there had been of intellect or of power in his face a few minutes ago had vanished. Weakness, physical and mental, was all that could be read in that face now, a countenance of sickly pallor, every muscle relaxed, dull misery expressed in every languid line. This is what solitude and silence, the slow decay of monotonous years, had done for Brandon Mountford. If Sibyl could have looked back along that dark line of years, if some magic mirror could have shown her the pictures of the past, what would she have seen? First, a strong man caught in a trap, fighting with his captors for the release into free air of heaven, then suddenly subjugated and rendered powerless, not by their violence or their persuasion, but by the fell disease which the horrors and agitations of his life had intensified, which set its grip upon body and brain with a force never felt till then. She would have seen one seizure following upon another, with brief intervals of languor and exhaustion, till strength was sapped and intellect weakened but not destroyed. She would have seen a brave man, submissive as a child to a bondage from which he could have been broken had he so willed, submissive because despairing. He was told that he was a murderer, that a warrant was out against him, that to escape from that dull prison house, that life of hopeless monotony, might be to doom himself to the gallows, or at least to the imprisonment of a state madhouse, a felon among felons, a lunatic among lunatics. She would have seen him, as his brain weakened and the power of consecutive thought gradually diminished, fooled by the hope of release. He should be got away later, when the coast was clear, should be got on board a steamer and drafted away to that dark continent of which he dreamt so often, where liberty and life were waiting for him, among the dark faces under the tropical sun, cozened from day to day, and month to month, from year to year, with that reiterated by and by. She would have seen him turning the pages of books that he had once loved, reading and forgetting what he had read, and she would have seen him gradually losing count of days and months and years, till time was one long blank, and his life knew no change save the change from heat to cold, and back to heat again, from sunshine pouring in at his open windows to the early darkness of endless winter nights, from the dark iron blank where the firelight had leapt and sparkled so merrily, to the welcome fire glow coming back again to fill the dull black void. No changes save the rain whipping at the window panes, the wind roaring over the distant sea or shrieking in the chimney. There was thunder sometimes, a thunder peal that shook the house, and made him wish the roof would crack and the walls crumble and bury him among dust and ruin, and so make an end of this dull blank space and time which seemed to be endless, infinite space, infinite time. He repeated the words sometimes as if they had been a formula. "Who disputes that either is infinite? I have proved them both," he said. For not only did time seem endless, immeasurable, but in his frequent periods of hallucination, space also seemed without limit, and his weary spirit wandered in worlds that knew neither change nor boundary, neither night nor day, dim greyness peopled by silent ghosts, an endless labyrinth, or a wide stretch of barren sand leading to a horizon that was always the same, and yet forever receding. The commonest dreamer in a dream of a minute can invent and people a place unknown to his waking intelligence, but in the diseased brain that dreaming power, increased 100-fold, becomes a source of unspeakable suffering, a wellspring of horror. And what of his more rational hours, those longer intervals between one attack and another, when there was time for the brain to regain some touch of reasoning power? Alas, those hours of reason and remembrance were the worst of all, for in those he believed himself Marie Arnold's murderer, recalled the image of the corpse in the wood, brooded over the cruelty of such an end to that bright young life, and the shame and disgrace of the crime, disgrace reflecting upon all who were of his name and blood. "Better that I should rot in this seclusion," he told himself in those waking hours, "than that I should go out into the world to set men talking of my crime. Yet if it were possible, if I could get clear of England without scandal, could get back to the Zambesi and my faithful Kaffir boys, they would hardly think worse of me for that story of bloodshed. They would only pity me as the victim of witchcraft." And in such an interval, when his custodian came to him with the meal which only Mr. Carpew or his wife ever served to the mysterious boarder, Brandon Mountford would urge the fulfilment of that reiterated promise. Surely the time had come when he might go away. Whatever watch had been kept upon the house must have ceased long ago. He had lost all count of time, but he knew it must be long, and he looked down at his clothes, which had been replaced by ready-made garments, more than once since he came there, and which were threadbare and worn at the edges. He looked at his wasted hands, where the muscles had been so firm and the flesh so hard and brown in those old days by the Salmon River. Yes, it was long, very long. Suspicion, watchfulness, must have worn out long ago. Why could he not get away? The vicar had various excuses. The danger was not over. His lodger was a marked man. Any movements in that lonely spot would excite curiosity. And then there was the question of money. It would cost a good deal of money to get him out of England, and to pay his passage to the Cape. "And you wouldn't like to land there penniless," said the vicar. Penniless, yes. Penniless under those stars. He would not fear. Besides, he had friends in London, friends who would gladly help him, men to whom money was no account, if he could remember their names, or where to find them. Ah, there was the agony. He could not remember. Names, localities, even the faces of the past were lost in thick mists of forgetfulness. Faces haunted him, faces appeared to him, rooms in which he seemed to have lived, gardens whose every tree and shrub seemed familiar, but he could not distinguish memories from dreams, the things which he had been, that were even real today, from the things which his fancy invented. If Sibyl could have known how, through the clouds that darkened mind and memory, one image had shone like a star, unchanged and unforgotten, and that image hers. If she could have heard his appeal to his jailer, repeated day after day, "Let me see her. Has she had my letter? Have you sent a messenger to Ellerslie, as you said you would?" And how, day after day, he was put off with excuses and postponements. He was told that she had married Lord Penrith, and was a leading light in the London world. It was implied that she had forgotten her unhappy kinsman, and was indifferent to his fate. She was abroad, in the south of France, an assertion that had been justified by her actual absence in several winters. But the same story had been told him when she was at Killander Castle. Tomorrow, and tomorrow. There had always been the same promise that his desire should be realised by and by, and as the brain weakened he had grown to believe in that by and by, and to wait and watch for her coming. He had written many such scrawls as the one which reached her hands, but on that last occasion he had been fortunate in his messenger, a starveling jack-of-all-trades who lived in a hovel at St. Jude's and did odd jobs for the farmers. The key had been left in the lock of the garden door for once in a way, and Braddon, who was allowed to walk alone in this joyous enclosure, had opened the door unobserved and gone out. He had no idea of escape now, having been told that escape was hopeless. He was too weak and helpless to even contemplate any act requiring prompt decision or sustained exertion. He only wanted to see Sibyl, to find some messenger who would carry his appeal. The garden door opened on the heath, but he could hear the sound of a pick in the road a little way off, and could see a bent figure breaking stones. It was the jack-of-all-trades doing a spell of parish work, and to him Braddon Mountford entrusted his message, hastily written upon a fly-leaf torn out of the book he had been reading as he stood on the windy road. He entreated the man to find Lady Penrith, to put that bit of paper into her hand, and no other. He offered his watch as payment in advance for this service, but the man would not take it. The rough peasant was touched with awe and pity at the sight of that spectral face, and he was too honest to accept so valuable a gift. Half-witted himself, he may have had some instinctive sympathy with Braddon's clouded mind. He promised that the letter should reach Lady Penrith, whatever trouble it might cost him to find her, and he kept his word with a dogged faithfulness that would have done honour to the strongest intellect. And thus, by the accident of a key left in a lock, and by one act of forgetfulness on Mr. Carpew's part, Brandon Mountford had been released from a living grave. "Have you made any plan for his future?" Coverdale asked, as he and Sibyl walked up and down beside the privet hedge which divided the garden from the road. "I thought if we could take him to Ellerslie he might be happy there. He could have good servants. I could rely on Mrs. Morrison's care of him." "Not to be thought of for a moment," said Coverdale decisively. "In the first place, Ellerslie would recall the tragedy which changed the current of his life. The effect on his mind might be disastrous." "True, I forgot that. I have lived down the horror of those associations myself, and I forgot. Yes, you are right. Ellerslie would never do. Remember the warrant against him. Wretched wreck as he is, he might be put through all the torture of a magistrate's inquiry, might be indicted for murder, and have to stand his trial. The result, a state madhouse. Ellerslie would not do." No, the risk would be too great. Then what do you advise?" "Leave him where he is for the present, perhaps till the spring. I have made inquiries about these people, and they bear an excellent character in the neighbourhood. The man a hard-working tenant farmer whose father and grandfather worked on the land before him. The woman honest and God-fearing. Their connection with Mr. Carpew is simple enough. He was curate at the nearest parish church for a year before Lord Penrith gave him the living of St. Jude's, and during that year he became very friendly with the farmer and his wife. They are kindly people. Mr. Mountford will be perfectly safe under this roof until we can think of something better." "But what if the men who brought him here should remove him somewhere else, and we should lose sight of him again?" "I don't think it will be attempted. In the first place, we must engage a trustworthy attendant, accustomed to such cases, who must be responsible to us for his safety, with a man under him to relieve guard. I shall go straight from here to St. Jude's, and after I've talked to Mr. Carpew, I don't think there will be any further attempt to interfere with this poor man's liberty. The Vicar of St. Jude's will see the peril of his conduct, and I will put it before him, as I mean to do." "You might frighten him. But he is only the tool of a wickeder man, a man who will not hesitate at a crime." And then Sibyl urged the necessity of removing Brandon Mountford out of the power and beyond the knowledge of the man who had hidden him from his fellow men in order to sustain the suspicion, the almost certainty, that he was the murderer of Marie Arnold. So long as everybody at Ardliston believed in Brandon's guilt, no one took the trouble to look anywhere else for the criminal, said Sibyl. That must have been the motive of his imprisonment. To leave him in the power of Hubert Urquhart would be madness. And how can we be sure of his safety so long that that wretch knows where to find him? Mr. Urquhart is your husband's brother. It seems a hard thing to suppose him such an unmitigated scoundrel. Ask my husband for his brother's character if you doubt my estimate of him. But surely he would not suspect his brother of murder? Perhaps not, but he would tell you that he is vile enough to make any suspicion justifiable where he is concerned. Dear Mr. Coverdale, there is only one thing to be done. We must get Brandon out of this man's custody and into our own. Let us run all risks as to that warrant of 10 years ago, and take him to Ellerslie. He will be safe there with my housekeeper and my father's trusted secretary, Andrew Orlebar, a man who knows the whole story, and who would go through fire and water to help me. You cannot take him to Ellerslie, to the scene of the murder, without arousing curiosity among your neighbours. However few they are, There are enough of them to talk, and to revive the old story and the old suspicions. If a few days hence he were to be arrested, you would be sorry. Yes, you are right. It might be dangerous. Oh, Mr. Coverdale, what are we to do? We seem so hemmed-round with difficulties. Here is a life, a poor, ruined life, which has been given back to me as if out of the grave. Am I to jeopardise it, lose it again? Think what can be done. Something must be done to save him from the villain who plotted against him, made me his accomplice in my blind folly. There was a silence that seemed interminable to Sibyl's anxiety, as John Coverdale walked slowly up and down the shingly path by her side. She could see that he was deep in thought, and would not interrupt his cogitations by a word. Her patience was rewarded presently. He had thought out a plan, which he submitted to her briefly. My father has a shooting box in Argyllshire. He was there with some friends in August and September, but the place is deserted now, except for a keeper with his wife and a few shooting dogs. I will telegraph to the hospital at Carlisle for an attendant. Wait here till he comes, and when he comes, start at once for Scotland with Mr. Mountford. If he will trust himself to me, I can install him in my father's cottage in the care of the keeper and his wife, who are old servants, and will implicitly obey my orders. There could be no better plan, if Lord Workington will lend you his cottage. No difficulty about that. A telegram will settle the business. I must wait here till the attendant comes from Carlisle. You can return to the castle this afternoon, and you can send my telegrams from the nearest office on your way back. But to leave you here, to take so much of your time, don't mind that. I was to have been in London tomorrow afternoon, but one of my messages will be to the friend who is taking my duty, asking him to give me one more Sunday. By Monday or Tuesday I hope to have established Mr. Mountford at the hut, and from there I shall go straight to London. You may believe that I shall not abandon him until I am assured of his safety. I believe in your wisdom and goodness as I believe in heaven. I can never thank you enough for what you are doing. He will thank you perhaps some day better than I can, if the power to think ever comes back. Thank you for life saved, reason restored. And then she gave him a cheque for £100, which she had written before leaving the hotel for travelling and other expenses. She begged him to be lavish, to use the power of gold to the utmost. She would send further cheques as they were needed. He smiled his grave, sad smile at her eagerness. It would be an impertinence on my part to refuse to let you pay any charges I might incur on your kinsman's account, he said. But there will not be much money wanted. And now, may I send for your carriage and your maid? You must be anxious to be on your way home again. I can write the telegrams while the carriage is being brought round. Yes, there is no time to lose. You will tell the house surgeon at Carlisle that the attendant is wanted for a friend of Lord Penrith. My husband is a supporter of the hospital, and the authorities will do their utmost to oblige him. But I am to see the doctor, she said, looking at her watch. It is past 12, and he was to be here at 12. I must wait to hear what he says about the journey to Scotland. And may I see Mr. Mountford one more time before I go, may I not? Certainly, if you like. Sibyl went alone to the parlour where Mountford was sitting by the fire, while the farmer's wife, a kindly-looking woman, was laying the table for a meal. "The gentleman has a very poor appetite," she explained as she cut strips of toast to accompany a basin of broth. "It's difficult to get him to take his nourishment. He's nothing but skin and bone, poor soul." Poor soul. Pity the wreck of humanity that was Brandon Mountford's portion now. He looked up with sudden flush and a brightening of the haggard eyes. "Ah!" he cried, as if seeing Sibyl for the first time. "My messenger found you. Oh, my beloved, how I have waited and watched for your coming." He stretched out his wasted hands to her in passionate greeting. He had no memory of half an hour ago, when he had greeted her with almost the same words. The evidence of a decayed intellect cut her to the quick. The doctor came into the room at this moment, a young man, but serious and intelligent. He looked at his patient, sat by his side for about 10 minutes, questioning and observing him, then went out into the garden with Lady Penrith. "Be frank with me," she entreated. "It is a very bad case, is it not?" "Yes, it is a bad case." "Incurable?" One hardly likes to call any disease incurable nowadays. Medical science has taken to working miracles. Surgeons are cutting epilepsy out of the brain as they cut cancer out of the body. And with as much or as little success? With the same probability of success and the same hazard of failure, perhaps. He ought to be seen by a specialist, a man who has made epilepsy the study of his life. Yes, it would be well, by and by, for the satisfaction of his friends, that this poor gentleman should have the benefit of the highest opinion. But there will be time enough for that when his bodily strength is restored, if it can be restored, by care and good nursing. "You find him seriously, dangerously ill?" "Not dangerously ill, but in a very low and feeble condition. In a state which would make any illness dangerous, a chill, a fever, an attack of bronchitis. He would have no resisting power." "He has been cruelly treated, kept in worse seclusion than if he had been in a madhouse. Solitude, silence, dull rooms, no change of air and scene." "All very bad, no doubt, in a case such as his. And now it is proposed to take him on a long journey to Argyllshire. Can he bear such a journey?" "Certainly, as travelling is managed nowadays. He might be taken at night in a sleeping carriage, with the greatest care, and with someone in attendance to administer stimulants. There need be no risk in such a journey, weak as he is, if the drive to here in Keswick is not made too fatiguing." "Care shall be taken, the utmost care. We are sending to Carlisle for a nurse, but if you could spare the time to go with him, to superintend the journey, your fee should be anything you like to name. In a case of this kind there can be no question as to expense." "You are very good. If he were to travel at night, I think I might spare the time from my other patients, and my fee should not be exorbitant. My practice is not a very remunerative one, and I have no pressing case just now which would make my absence hazardous. I need not be away more than 18 hours if we travel by the night mail." "Everything shall be arranged to suit your convenience. Your presence will be a comfort to me and to Mr. Coverdale, who is now taking my poor cousin to Scotland. And you will see the attendant and give him full instructions as to treatment," continued Sibyl. "I will do everything that thought or experience can suggest. Then my mind will be at ease about him. Please write to me immediately after you return, and I shall have the pleasure of sending you a cheque." The doctor smiled, for he did not even know the name of this beautiful woman, whose earnestness and evident affection for that ruined life impressed him deeply. He asked no questions, for he knew enough about Lord Workington's son to know that he had to do with people of good position. The carriage was waiting in the accommodation lane which made the only approach to the homestead. Her ladyship's maid was there, and there were wraps and rugs enough in the open carriage for a journey to St. Petersburg. Once again, Sibyl went back to the farmhouse parlour, and alone with Brandon Mountford this time, bent over his chair and pressed her lips to his wan forehead. Oh, God, the memory of that first kiss in the garden at Ellerslie, before the coming of sorrow. This might be her last memory of him. Who can tell? He was passing out of her sight once more. Who could tell if life would ever bring them face to face again? Life is so full of sad surprises, she thought, as she drove away from that quiet hollow in the hills, remembering the sudden trouble of 10 years ago, and in no wise foreshadowing that terrible surprise which was waiting for her within the hour. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. The Furies on the Hearth. Fatal accident to the Earl of Penrith. That was the sentence in large capitals upon a newspaper board which caught Sibyl's eye as she drove through Keswick on her way to the railway station. Absorbed in thought, her eyes looked at street and shop windows and people, seeing things but not noticing them. Her husband's name startled her from that profound reverie, that sad comparison of past and present. Fatal accident. What accident? And the word fatal. What did that mean? She called to the coachman to stop, but he had hardly pulled up his horses when she let herself out of the carriage and rushed into the shop. "The newspaper?" she asked, holding out a trembling hand. "The paper with the account of the accident." The somewhat sleepy shopkeeper, roused from a droning conversation with a fellow townsman, wondered at this unknown lady's pallor and agitation. He stared at her as he handed her the newspaper, and made no remonstrance when she left the shop without paying for it. "Queer," he remarked as he went on serving stationery to the customer whose business and conversation had been interrupted. "That must be somebody connected with Lord Penrith. I shouldn't wonder if it was his wife." The carriage had not moved on yet. Lady Penrith was sitting where the two men could watch her as she tore open the paper, looking hurriedly up and down the columns till she came to what she wanted. Fatal accident. What did that word fatal mean? A limb shattered, the loss of an eye, some irreparable injury which would make life less fair to the sufferer? Or must that word signify something worse than lameness or blindness? Had the word but one significance? Must it mean the end of all things? How long it seemed before she found the column she wanted in the 8 pages of that flimsy local paper. At last, here it was, headed in large type at the top of a column. "We regret to report the death of the Earl of Penrith, who was shot yesterday while trying to pass through a gap in a hedge in his own estate, a short distance from Killander Castle. It is supposed that the trigger of the gun was caught by a twig in the quick-set hedge, and that his lordship's injuries were immediately fatal. He had been dead some time when he was found lying in the gap, with his gun near him. The Earl was in the prime of life, having been born, etc., etc., etc. "Drive on to the station as fast as you can go. Stop. The man must be paid for his paper," said Sibyl, handing her purse to Ferriby, who had alighted from the carriage and was standing at the door, watching her mistress's agitated countenance. "There is no hurry. The train will not start any sooner because I am anxious to be at home. We shall have a long time to wait." That delay seemed eternal to Lady Penrith, sitting in the waiting-room, at first in solitude and silence, then amidst the bustle of fidgety travellers coming in and going out. Dead. The husband with whom she had sat at breakfast yesterday morning, in that formal intercourse which seemed to the outside world more like an armed neutrality than a happy marriage. They had always been polite to each other. They had never frustrated each other's wishes in large things or in small. Each had enjoyed perfect liberty to take life as pleasantly as possible, but each had known, and had not even affected not to know, that love went for nothing in their union. Penrith had kept the promise of his courtship. He had been, according to his lights, a good husband. Dead! Could it be true? Was not that paragraph written in error on the first hasty report of the disaster, the extent of the calamity exaggerated by outsiders in the confusion of the household? Well, she would know all in a few hours. It had never occurred to her in agitation that she might have telegraphed to the castle and received a reply to her questions halfway on her journey. But during the last 5 minutes of waiting, Ferriby reminded her that it would be necessary to telegraph to the stables for her carriage to meet her at the station, and Ferriby ran to the office with a hastily written message. The inquest had been held at noon, and all was tranquil at the castle when Sibyl arrived. Silence and gloom prevailed in the darkened house, a silence and darkness as of the grave where Lord Penrith was to lie before many days and nights were over. There had been very little trouble for coroner or jury, very little room for question or conjecture, nothing mysterious in the accident they were required to investigate, no room for difference of opinion. The gun lay on the table before them. It was passed from hand to hand by and by, and those who handled it were more impressed by the beauty of the weapon than by any need of considering how it had happened to be fatal to its possessor. The catastrophe was so commonplace, so common, a repetition of old experiences, and pointed only to the familiar moral that it is better for a man to lose a few seconds in reloading his gun, even if he miss a bird by that brief delay, than to risk carrying a loaded gun over rough ground in a long tramp homeward. Lord Penrith had saved himself a little trouble and had thrown away his life. That is how the coroner and the jury read the story of his death. A sad pity. A man still in the prime of life, hard as nails, a fine shot, a splendid horseman, and in the enjoyment of an estate which it had been the business of her ladyship's life to bring to perfection. He had died childless. That was the worst of it, and his title and estate would pass to Hubert Urquhart, a man of the worst possible reputation. Gambler, blackleg, profligate, a man who, at the age of when a son of a local magnate is generally liked and looked up to in the neighbourhood of his father's house, had been hated and despised, a youth who had always preferred bad company to good, who had taken his pleasure grossly at rustic race meetings and village fairs, a man who, while consorting with jockeys and small horse dealers, had shown no more respect for his humbler neighbours than if he had been at Unyanyembe or Ujiji. Never had a young patrician been more heartily disliked than Hubert Urquhart in Cumberland. He had not even the good qualities that should have gone with his defects. He had affected low company without ever achieving popularity, even in the saddle-room or at the village inn. There had been a hardness about him, the Urquhart hardness, which gave a sting to his jests, and made his familiarity with inferiors brutal instead of friendly. He had cultivated the company of grooms and horse-dealers because they amused him, but he had never disguised his absolute contempt for them as a lower order of creatures. Mr. Urquhart appeared on the scene an hour after Lady Penrith's return. He had come post-haste from Perth, where he had spent the previous night, on his way to the Highlands, and where he had seen the news of his brother's death in the morning papers. He had sent his card to his sister-in-law, begging her to see him, to which request she replied in a letter of 3 lines. "No, not today. 3 or 4 days hence I will see you. I have something to say about the past and your part in it." The funeral was over. All the late Earl's tenantry, and all there was of gentle blood within 20 miles of the castle, had been represented in the long line of mourning carriages that had followed the open hearse, where the Earl's coronet on the crimson velvet pall was touched with gleams of wintry sunlight as the cortege moved slowly along the moorland road. Crimson and gold made a splendour in the cold grey nave of the church at Cargill, where for many generations the Urquharts had been buried in a vault underneath the chancel. That subterranean burial place had been closed for the last 40 years, and Sibyl's husband was to lie in his father's grave in the little cemetery on the hillside at the end of the village street. Hubert Urquhart was the chief mourner, and returned to the castle to hear the reading of the will, a business promptly dispatched, for the will was of the briefest. The late Earl had only his surplus income to dispose of, and his bequests were limited to a legacy of £1,000 to his niece, Coralie Urquhart, £100 each to his valet and coachman, and £50 to every servant who had been 5 years in his service. His personal effects, books, pictures, plate, and jewellery, not heirlooms, he left without exception to his wife. To his brother and heir presumptive he bequeathed not so much as a snuff-box or a walking-stick. Hubert Urquhart stood with his back to the fire, listening to these details in a gloomy silence. He made no remark when the lawyer finished, and he looked at him doubtfully, waiting his lordship's instructions. "Thank you, Grant," he said at last, as if waking from a reverie. "The will is eminently discreet. My brother had very little to leave, except those things as were bought with his wife's money. It is right those things should revert to her. Go to your luncheon, Grant. I shall smoke my cigar quietly here. I seldom eat at this time of day." "But your lordship has had an exhausting morning. Wouldn't it be better to eat a heavy meal?" "No, my dear fellow. But you can tell a servant to bring me a brandy and soda. Good day to you, if we don't meet again." This was a shrewd indication of his lordship's desire that they should not meet again. The solicitor put the will in his pocket and left the room without another word. There was a new stateliness about his client, whose affairs had compelled occasional resort to him in the past, and who had been a good deal more familiar in those impecunious days. "The new Earl is putting on side," mused Mr. Grant. "But he'll soon be coming to me to settle with his creditors. They'll want 20 shillings to the pound now, and he won't want to give them as much. I wish I'd brought up a little of his lordship's paper. Might have been dirt cheap last week." The new Lord Penrith smoked his cigar by the library fire, sitting in a low armchair, in a restful attitude, his long legs stretched straight before him, his hands thrust deep into his pockets, his head bent a little. Every now and then his eyes glanced upward with a curious look at the spacious room and the walls of books which nobody ever read. The late Earl's writing table stood in front of the great Tudor window, with the seals upon all the drawers, and all the scattered litter of life cleared away from the top, leaving the blank emptiness of death. It was something to be master in such a house as this, and the house near Berkeley Square, the house whose doors had been shut against him for the last 10 years, just as inexorably as the door of this Cumbrian fortress. No more shutting of the doors against him, Hubert Urquhart. No more empty pockets and importunate Jews threatening every hurtful process that was left in the law of debtor and creditor. His troubles were over. He could stretch his legs by the fireside, smoke the best cigars that tropical Spain could produce, take his ease. The days of difficulty were done. "You hadn't done me a single kindness in your 10 years of prosperity," he said, apostrophising his brother's portrait, which looked down at him from the panel above the mantelpiece. "You had a good inning, and an easy death. Do you expect me to be sorry for you, I wonder, if there be consciousness or knowledge in the place where you are?" The door opened, and the butler ushered in Lady Penrith. Urquhart dropped his cigar in the fender, and started to his feet. He had courted this interview, but it was not the less a shock when the moment came. He faltered something confusedly, and drew a chair to the hearth. "I am not going to sit down," Sibyl said icily. "I told you I wanted to see you after the funeral. This is your house now. My carriage is at the door, and as soon as I have said what I have to say, I shall leave the castle forever." "My dear Lady Penrith, I hope you understand that this house, and any other house which I possess, is laid at your feet. Pray spare yourself the trouble of making fine speeches," she answered, with a look which should have blighted him. "You know very well that nothing would induce me to enter any house that sheltered you, unless I came there to denounce you, as I might denounce you, as I would, had I not some regard for the name you bear, as I would denounce you, even at the sacrifice of that name, if my faith in God's justice were not stronger than my faith in a British jury." The ghastly change in the brazen audacity of his face told her that he was hard hit. He gnawed his nether lip for a few moments in silence, looking up at her from under bent brows with eyes that would have killed her if hatred could kill. "What do you mean?" he muttered huskily after a pause. "I mean that you are twice a murderer." He sprang forward a step or two, his arm lifted and fist clenched. It cost him no small effort of will and muscle not to bring that clenched fist down upon the fair pale face like a sledge-hammer. He knew that one such blow would kill her, and he would have liked to kill her. He longed to see her dead at his feet. "I am not afraid of your violence. You could do me no more harm than you have done if you were to kill me. You spoilt my life. You took all the hope and love and gladness out of my happy girlhood, so happy till you blighted it. You murdered my adopted sister and broke my father's heart." "I murdered her? Great God! Hear what this woman says." "I believe there is a God who hears and will punish your crimes. It costs you nothing to call upon a God in which you do not believe. I say that it was your hand which killed Marie Arnold. It was you who wanted to marry her, wanted money with her, and tried to make a bargain with my father, and had been refused, and, goaded by her contempt for you, that devil of rage and cruelty which has always looked out of your cold, cruel eyes, took possession of you, and you murdered her. And then, when fate brought Brandon Mountford to the spot, and circumstantial evidence pointed to him as the murderer, it was your interest to confirm that suspicion by every means in your power, best of all by getting him out of the way, and making him a fugitive, a prison breaker. And to do this, you worked upon my feelings. You took advantage of my love for him, my ignorance of life and its responsibilities. You made me the instrument of his destruction. And then came your second murder, the merciless imprisonment of a man for whom, of all men, a free existence under God's sky meant health and life. You made his days and nights a dreary blank, his world a prison of 4 walls and half an acre of gloomy garden. If there was ever a murder done on earth, that was murder." "Oh, you call that murder, do you, Lady Penrith?" said Urquhart with a saturnine grin. "I saved a homicidal lunatic from the gallows, or the criminal ward in a state asylum. I put him quietly out of sight, where he was taken excellent care by an educated gentleman and his wife, and you call that murder? I say that it was a viler crime than even your murder of Marie Arnold. That may have been the work of a moment's fury, an ungovernable impulse of a man's wickedness. But the slow torture of years, the living death which you, the murderer, inflicted upon an innocent man, a man who was taken red-handed by the side of his victim. My dear Lady Penrith, raving such as this can admit of no reply. No sane man would take the trouble to argue with you." He turned his back upon her as he bent down to draw the smouldering logs together. Beads of sweat had been standing on his forehead for a few minutes ago, but he was calm and self-possessed now, and his hard, sharply cut face wore its old look of effrontery. "I am informed that your friend has been removed from the quiet retreat in the mountain air and amidst fine scenery, where I placed him when it was considered that a change might be useful. A change, after 10 years of dismal monotony. A change, after mind and memory have been blotted out in that dreary solitude. Lady Penrith, you are not a doctor, and I am not here to discuss Mr. Mountford's case with you. If you want to let the light on his history, mental or otherwise, you had better let the warrant be executed which was issued against him 10 years ago as a suspected murderer. If you believe in his innocence, you have taken a very inconsistent course in spiriting him away to some hiding place of your own selection. I concealed his existence in his own interests and yours. Moreover, the thing was done at your husband's instigation, and with your husband's full approval." Had she been looking at him, she would have seen the conception of that lie flash across his face as he began the last sentence. Penrith was dead, and might be made responsible for everything. God is very patient with you, she said with a quivering lip, but I can endure no more. She turned from him and left the room, shutting the door behind her. His hands shook a good deal as he took out his cigar case. He failed to find it at first, though it was in the usual pocket, and lighted a consolatory cigar. "That's what I call a very unpleasant quarter of an hour," he muttered, "and I thought it was going to be worse." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. And the devil may pipe to his own. Her ladyship's carriage was at the door, with her ladyship's coachman on the box. The late Earl had had his people, and the Countess her people, and it was only the inferior portion of the domestic polity which owned allegiance to both. Her ladyship's personal possessions, piano, books, bibelots of all kinds, were packed in readiness for conveyance to Ellerslie in a waggon from the home farm, and before nightfall every trace of Sibyl's existence would have vanished from the castle on the Marches, and the new lord would reign in undisturbed possession. The doors were open, the footmen were waiting to assist in their mistress's departure, when Coralie came hastily out of the billiard room and approached her aunt. "Dear aunt, let me go with you. I did not know you were to leave to-day. I have only just heard about it, and you would have gone without even saying good-bye." "I have been too unhappy to think of leave-takings," answered Sibyl coldly, "and I am not going far away, only to Ellerslie." "Let me go with you. I won't bore you. I'll try not to be in your way." "Come to the drawing-room, Cora. I shall be ready in 5 minutes." The first sentence was spoken as she moved towards the drawing-room door. The second sentence was addressed to the footman who was carrying her wraps, and whose black silk hose were affording amusement to her ladyship's favourite collie, whose chain James was holding. "Now, Cora, let us be plain with each other," said Sibyl, turning to her husband's niece, with no touch of softness in voice or face. "What can you want of me? I can understand that I was useful to you when I took you from a lodging-house and an out-at-elbows father, but the whole aspect of your life has changed since last week. Your father is a rich man, and the master of both the houses in which you have lived lately. But he is still my father," said Coralie, deadly pale against the dull blackness of her morning gown. The dull black was by no means becoming to Cora's sallow complexion and plain features. Never had her lack of beauty been more apparent than in this moment, when her lips were whitened by emotion, and her eyes haggard with weeping. "Your place is here, Cora, not with me." "My place is under no roof that shelters my father. I will never live in the same house with him, never live where I must see him day by day. I have made up my mind about that. Yes, you are justified in thinking meanly of me. I am a very Urquhart, a sordid, selfish creature. I like luxury. I revel in splendour and high living and fine clothes. I abhor poverty. I see no silver lining to the cloud that hangs over the shabby genteel, but for all that I would rather slave from morning till night among common drudges in a dressmaker's stuffy workroom than I would live in this house with my father. Is this so, Coralie? It is so. I have wronged you, said Sibyl gravely. I have thought lately that you were your father's spy, set to watch my movements, full of malevolent curiosity. Oh, only think that I admire and love you, cried Coralie, her sallow face crimsoning. Whatever I may have been, whatever evil there is in my nature, I am honest and true today. I do respect you. I do love you. There have been hours in this house, in spite of all your goodness to me, when I have been envious of your fortune, your beauty, jealous of the worship your beauty won. But, struggling against sobs that almost choked her, that is over now. I am resigned to my fate, resigned to see love pass me by, resigned to ugliness and spinsterhood. I only want to live a clean life, to hold no companionship with a man I cannot respect as a father should be respected. Let me live with you, Lady Penrith. You shan't find me troublesome or boring. I will give you as much or as little of my society day by day as you like. I will never pester you with attentions you don't want. I am not without what people call resources. I can amuse myself and walk by myself and live by myself, and under your roof I shall be happy and at ease. What will your father say? Nothing that he can say will alter my determination never to live in this house. If you won't harbour me, I must earn my bread somehow and live by myself. Then you shall live with me. I will try to trust you and believe in you as I did a month ago. But remember that my life is a broken life. If you live with me, you must live secluded from society. A dreary existence for a girl of your age. No house parties in the country. No London season. In your father's present position, he can give you a life of pleasure and variety. As an only daughter and mistress of Penrith House, you will be a personage in London. You may marry well. No, I have made up my mind on that point. There shall be no more self-delusions. Let me share your solitude. Even if there were no other reason, it will be happy for me to drink that cup of humiliation which plain girls have to drink in the gay world, happier than sitting through dance after dance at the ball of the season, or hearing a crowd of young men whispering and tittering in the beautiful Mrs. Somebody's box next to my own, while I sit alone pretending to listen to the opera. All other considerations apart, rustic seclusion is the happiest fate for an unattractive girl. You are fond of exaggerating your deficiencies, Cora, but I won't dispute that point now, replied Sibyl with a faint smile. You can follow me to Ellerslie if you like. If I like? I shall go there with rapture. May I go tonight, as soon as my goods and chattels are packed? Tonight, or tomorrow, as you please. Tonight. It cannot be too soon. You won't change your mind and wire me not to go, do you? Cora, I am not that kind of person. No, you are as steadfast as a rock. You are all that is good and noble in womankind, and I will try to be worthy of your love. I mean you to love me, and trust me, and believe in me as if I were of your own stainless race. They went out to the hall door together, and Cora stood on the steps with the wind blowing her hair off her large, intelligent forehead, till Lady Penrith's carriage vanished in the distance. It was 7:30. Cora's packing was finished. Her trunks and possessions were all carried downstairs, to be removed with the second waggon load of Lady Penrith's property, and Cora was dressed in her sealskin coat and hat, ready for departure in the dog-cart, which had been ordered to drive her to Ellerslie. It would be a long, dark drive, but Cora thought nothing of possible dangers or discomforts on the road. All she thought about just now was getting away from Killander Castle. The billiard-room door was open as she crossed the hall, and she could not resist going in for a last look round a room in which she had spent many pleasant hours. The men had been very gracious to her, even if she were in no wise attractive. They had laughed at her little jokes and flippant criticisms. They had taught her to handle her cue, and applauded her poor little breaks of 10 or 12, as if she had been a feminine Roberts. It had all been bright and gay in those October evenings with the shooters, when the logs had been piled on the hearth, and the little table for drink set out in the deep recess yonder, and she had been encouraged to mix brandies and sodas, and to make herself daintily useful, like an etherealized barmaid. That was all over now. There was no fire, and only a single oil lamp burnt dully over one end of the covered table. All was gloom and silence. "Will men ever sit in this room and talk and laugh now my father is master here?" she wondered. "Are there any men on earth who can like him and trust him?" The man of whom she was thinking met her on the threshold, and she turned to leave the room. "Where are you going?" he asked sharply. "To Ellerslie." "You should have enough manners to ask my leave. This is my house, and you are my daughter. You must pay no visits without consulting me beforehand. I forbid you to go to Ellerslie on any visit, long or short." She drew herself to her fullest height, and looked at him with all the scorn a pert interrogative nose and thin, sensitive lips could express. "This is not a question of visiting, Lord Penrith," she answered, emphasising the title, which sounded so strange a form of address from daughter to father. "I am leaving this house for ever, and Ellerslie is the only home I have." "You will do nothing of the kind," he answered fiercely, with a savage grip of her wrist. She winced with pain, but looked defiantly at him, even while her lip quivered. "There is no use in that kind of thing," she said. "Your doing me bodily harm won't make any difference in my plan of life, unless you choose to shoot me," she added very slowly, looking him full in the face, "and so make sure of my obedience." He dropped her wrist and stood looking at her, changed in one instant from bully to craven. "Go your ways for a blatant hussy," he said in his most brutal voice. "You are not worth making a fuss about. Such a plain-headed one as you would be no ornament to your father's dinner table." He turned away and left her to take her departure without further interest. He had the castle to himself now, and in its loneliness it seemed to him about as cheerful as the castle at Inverness on the morning after King Duncan's bloody death. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31. Let a passionless peace be my lot. A very few days served to re-establish Sibyl in her old home, and with the old housekeeper and the old secretary and some of the old servants still about her, it seemed to her almost as if the past 10 years had been one dreary dream, endless and infinite after the manner of dreams. Already in that strange exaggeration of time common after the shock of sudden bereavement, it seemed to her as if Lord Penrith had been long dead. Already she was accustomed to the thought of his quiet resting place on the hillside, to the idea of herself as a widow, childless and alone in the world. There was an unspeakable comfort in the return to Ellerslie, comfort which even the horror that brooded over one unvisited spot in the wood could not spoil. The old associations of childhood were so many and so dear. The image of her indulgent father, the fainter image of the fair young mother, looking at her out of the cloudland of childish memories, like a picture of the Madonna looking benignly downward upon the worshippers at her altar through a cloud of incense. These, and with these, many a recollection of her happy girlhood filled the rooms and gardens with tender, peaceful thoughts. There were sad thoughts, too, the chief among them the memory of him who was now far away on the northward side of the Tweed, a wreck of the past, so changed, so broken, that it was difficult to believe that that feeble invalid was actually the same man, the same frame, animated by the same spirit, whom she admired and loved at Ellerslie. The shock of her husband's sudden death had fallen heavily upon her. She had done her duty as a loyal and obedient wife. She had spent her fortune upon his estate with a lavish hand, had never reminded him that all he enjoyed of worldly prosperity had its source in the Higginson coffers. She had indulged no whim that he disapproved, had consorted with no acquaintance whom he disliked, had indeed been much more conciliating and obedient than many a wife who marries for love, and who talks of her husband in the first year of marriage as if a god had descended from Olympus to be her mate. Yet, faithful as she had been in small things and in great, she looked back now with a touch of remorse. The atmosphere of wedded life had been colder than it need have been, perhaps. A little affection on her side might have warmed that hard nature into love. And then the thought flashed upon her that the mutual lack of love had made a peaceful union. If he had loved me, I should have hated him, she said to herself. It was better for both of us that our marriage was only a bargain entered into deliberately on both sides. We did not try to deceive each other. In our dealings with those who are gone forever, there is always something to regret, some reason for that dull aching of the heart which means remorse, some bitter memory, something said which ought not to have been said, some kindly word or act omitted when the opportunity for kindness was so obvious. Sibyl Penrith was very humble in all her thoughts of that married life which had closed like a story that ends unexpectedly at the turn of a leaf, and leaves the reader wondering, In her thought of the future possibilities, she had never imagined herself released from the marriage bond. She had accepted her position for life. She had looked down the long vista of joyless years, seeing herself still Lady Penrith, going about the world by the side of a man who cared very little about her, for whom she had never cared very much. He was gone, and she mourned for him as a fellow creature snatched away in the strength of his days, a man to whom life must have been much more precious than it was to that poor sufferer on whose changed aspect she had looked with unutterable grief, whose haggard face was a haunting presence in her life. Archibald Penrith was gone, and the man she abhorred reigned in his stead, and she thought with a shudder of that border fortress which had so lately been her home. A letter from John Coverdale, written at his East End vicarage, gave Lady Penrith tidings of Brandon Mountford after she had waited many anxious days for any news of him. St. Stephen's Vicarage, Honduras Square, E. Dear Lady Penrith, I have allowed some little time to pass before writing to you, not wishing to break in upon the sadness of your life while your sorrow was still a new thing. I will not presume to suggest the consolations that alone can help you in this terrible bereavement, or to write to you of that divine source of all comfort to which I feel very sure you have been led without the intervention of any human kind. God bless and comfort you, and help and sustain you in strong and fearless faith through this and every dark path you have tread. So far as one has been taught that the way to heaven lies through thorny paths, may make the earthly happiness of a friend the subject of his prayers, be sure my fervent supplications will rise day by day to the Eternal Father for you. And now to tell you of your kinsman and my charge. The journey was managed easily, and without any signs of exhaustion in the invalid. He slept a good deal, and his sleep was peaceful, and I thought him brighter and more interested in surrounding objects during the early morning drive from the station to the shooting lodge than in my previous observation of him. The doctor accompanied us to the end of our journey, and gave the most precise instructions to the attendant from the hospital, who was a strongly built man of about 30, accustomed to difficult cases, and equal, I believe, to any emergency. The housekeeper at the lodge and her husband are both people I can rely upon for faithful service, and all their warmest feelings are aroused by the patient in their care. I have therefore felt justified in leaving him in the care of those servants and his trained nurse, supervised by a daily visit from the nearest medical man, until I am able to return to Argyllshire, which I hope to do in about a fortnight. The plan which I would propose for the winter is to hire a small house at Rothsey, where the climate is much milder than that of the Argyllshire hills, and to place him there in charge of his present attendant and any servants you may be able to send from Ellerslie, people whom you can be sure for absolute silence as to his past. I can think of no better plan than this. My Scotch doctor was of Mr. Sanderson's opinion that nothing more could be done for the patient than we are doing now. A quiet life, with as much open air as the season will allow, a plain and nourishing diet, and bromide of potassium are all the treatment he prescribes. He will be happy to meet a physician from Glasgow or Edinburgh in consultation should you desire a second opinion, but he assures me that the consultation would result only in the approval of his treatment. It is my duty to add that he does not hope for much improvement under the happiest conditions. The long continuance of the disease has weakened the brain, and a kind of atrophy has wasted the frame. Any permanent revival of bodily strength or intellectual power would be a miracle in nature which he dares not hope to see. I tell you his opinion in all frankness, dear Lady Penrith, thinking it right that you should know the worst about your unhappy friend. Flashes of reviving memory, intervals of brightness in the dull torpor of his usual condition there may be, but these brief periods of improvement must not mislead or beguile us with a vain hope. For myself, you may be surprised to hear that I am about to abandon my flock in this hard-working eastern London, but if I leave them in the hands of a man who has worked with me as senior curate during the greater part of my residence here, who understands this parish thoroughly, and who is my superior in working power, my father, whose health has been gradually failing for the last 2 or 3 years, has persuaded me to accept the living at St. Stephen's, Workington. He now rarely comes to London, and his life is chiefly spent at his seat near Workington, so I can but feel that it is my duty, as it will be my happiness, to live within easy reach of him. I shall find plenty to do at St. Stephen's, for parish and church have both been neglected under the rule of an absentee rector, who died at Torquay the other day. The living is in my father's gift, and it has long been his desire that I should hold it. I hope to have wound up my affairs here in less than a fortnight, and to be established within an hour's journey of Ellerslie, where I will call upon you at any time you may appoint to discuss all arrangements for Mr. Mountford's residence at Rothesay or elsewhere. You might, if you pleased, remove him to Devonshire for the coming winter, but the journey would be long, and I doubt if you would find a better climate than that of Bute, even in the west of England. Ever faithfully yours, John Coverdale. Cora was with Lady Penrith when she received this letter. The girl recognised the strong, clear penmanship, bold yet with a certain precision which marked the man for whom order was an instinct. Cora gave a little sigh as she noted the length of the letter, and then discreetly moved to the other end of the room to leave her aunt free to read those closely written pages unobserved. She had subjugated the jealous agonies which had made her almost hate Sibyl Penrith, and had resigned herself to the idea of John Coverdale's affection for the beautiful widow. There was no help for it now. What man with sense or discrimination could think of her, Coralie, now that Lady Penrith was free to reward a lover's devotion? It was her business in life to be a looker-on, she told herself, and she must accept the portion that fate had allotted to her. All her thoughts and desires had taken a sombre cast. Her character had sobered curiously since her uncle's death, and a cloud of melancholy hung over her which brought her in sympathy with Sibyl's sorrows. For the first time since they had been associated, Sibyl's heart had warmed to the lonely motherless girl. Heretofore all her kindness had been prompted by a sense of duty. Now there was actual liking, a far more cordial feeling than of old. Before Mr. Coverdale reappeared on the scene, Sibyl had told Coralie the story of Brandon Mountford's affliction and her girlish attachment to him, touching very lightly, with scrupulous reserve, on Urquhart's part in the tragedy. But Cora's keen eyes had watched the speaker's face, and Cora had divined much that was unspoken. "You had reason to detest my father, and yet you took me into your house and loaded me with benefits. Would any other woman in the world have done as much?" mused Cora at the end of the story. Most women would have done as much, I hope, Cora, seeing your need of a friend. I tried to disassociate you from your father in all my thoughts. Why should you bear his burdens? Ah, but I was tainted with his bad blood. It was the old story of the adder warmed back to life and stinging the hand that had succoured it. My father told me to watch you, and I obeyed. He pretended to be your friend, and I pretended to believe him. I don't think I ever really believed him. I was grateful to you. I loved you at first, and then your beauty, your wealth, all your perfections began to gall. I made comparisons. I compared our faces as we stood side to side in front of the same glass. I compared our fortunes. And then the venom in my blood began to work. My nature could not escape the hereditary taint, if the modern craze about heredity has any foundation. I was my father's very daughter, and I accepted the office of spy. My whole mind changed towards you. The utter hopelessness of any little liking I might feel for the saintly parson saw him devote every thought and feeling to you. Nonsense, Cora. You shouldn't talk in that absurd strain. Mr. Coverdale has been my kind friend in desperate crisis. That is all. I asked him to help me, and he responded with all kindness and chivalry. As for the past, let it be forgotten between us. I saw of late that you were very inquisitive about all my movements, and that you had some motive in your watchfulness. You were under your father's influence then, but I think you have escaped from that bad influence now. Forever and forever. I hope never to look upon my father's face again. I am glad you have been frank with me, Cora, even when frankness told against yourself. It will be the beginning of confidence between us. I like you ever so much better, now that I know the worst of you, from your own lips. Cora did not prove unworthy to be pardoned and trusted. All that there was of good in her nature developed and strengthened in daily association with a noble woman, and in that atmosphere of perfect peace which reigned at Ellerslie. As the winter wore on, that life was not all solitude and monotony, for the neighbouring gentry were assiduous in their attentions to the widowed countess, and Coralie Urquhart shared their attentions. If the widow held herself aloof from society, there was no reason that her niece should live in perpetual seclusion, and a few months after her uncle's death, Lady Coralie Urquhart's neat figure and thoroughbred air began to be known and even admired at various entertainments within 15 miles of Ellerslie. There was always some friendly matron eager to chaperone her to any dances or private theatricals in the neighbourhood. "There are some advantages in a plain face," said Cora. "The mother of a pretty daughter is never afraid that I shall make her swan a crow. I think Mrs. Simper rather likes taking me about with her, as a useful foil to Miss Simper's alabaster complexion." "But I am told that you are more admired than Miss Simper at Lady Hardacre's dance," said Sibyl, smiling at her niece's self-scorn. "It is no overwhelming honour to be preferred to an idiot with blue eyes that look as though they had been bought at Lowther Arcade," said Cora. "And then I got all the advantages of the smaller gentry's snobbishness. The second-rate young men like to dance with an earl's daughter, and Lady Coralie sounds better than Miss Simper in the ear of Bayswater or South Kensington. Lady Coralie. The name suggests a character in one of Gilbert's librettos. Even the courtesy title cannot give dignity to my absurd name. I can't imagine where my mother and father found it. Could the owner of the name have looked backward through the mists of time, she might have seen the hoardings of West End London decorated with a portrait of a certain Mademoiselle Coralie, who was delighting the gilded youth of the period by song and dance in the latest new burlesque at the favourite burlesque theatre. The lady was a Parisian, and spoke her lines with difficulty, but her broken English was an additional charm. Hubert Urquhart had been among her most ardent admirers, and had even been allowed the inestimable privilege of giving a very expensive supper party in her honour, at a period when his young country-bred wife was obliged to forego all gaieties. Then came the usual shilly-shally as to the naming of the firstborn. Urquhart, disappointed at the sex of the infant, was very casual in his share of the debate, but vetoed all the family names on his wife's side of the house as too fine or too ugly. "Call her Coralie, if you like," he said, looking up from his newspaper, where a column was given to the new burlesque of Anthony and Cleopatra, in which Mademoiselle Coralie had startled the town with a wild dance with the asp. Coralie is a very pretty name. Even his mother-in-law, who generally disagreed with him, conceded this point. Coralie was charming, novel, uncommon, and could be shortened to Cora, which was even still prettier. "Coralie, let it be, then," said Urquhart, as he walked off to the florist's to order a congratulatory basket of hyacinths, white waxen bells, just faintly touched with roseate shadows, for the lady with the asp. The Yorkshire parson's wife had arrived in London the previous evening, and it was not until some days after the christening that this good lady heard how the town was ringing with the fame of the burlesque actress from the Châtelet Theatre, and guessed that her granddaughter, the vicar's granddaughter, the potential archbishop's granddaughter, had been called after that unholy person. The winter passed peacefully for Lady Penrith. Cora kept her promise, and never intruded her society upon the widow's thoughtful hours. They walked and drove together, they met at luncheon and dinner, and they generally spent the after-dinner hour in each other's society. Sibyl perhaps dreaming over her favourite music at the piano at one end of the drawing-room, while Cora sat curled up in the most luxurious chair she could find at the other end of the room, absorbed in a novel. Cora had a cat-like love of warmth, and was always as close to the fire as she could be without being roasted alive. Lady Penrith preferred the cooler atmosphere by the piano, where the white lilac and palms made an indoor garden. Their tastes in music and books and pictures were utterly dissimilar, but they got on very comfortably together, and Cora's lighter nature, which gradually recovered from the shock that had sobered and depressed her, was a useful influence in Sibyl's existence. She might have sunk into a deeper melancholy and brooded more persistently after the shattered life of the man she loved if Cora had not been at hand with her keen observation and her never-failing perception of the humorous side of all earthly things. Cora amused her with descriptions of county festivities and her comments on county people, their limited horizons, their exaggerated estimate of local importance, their indifference to all the great movements of the age, social, scientific, and literary. Cora accompanied her in all her cottage visiting, and the little seaport, in the miners' villages, to the schools, and the cottage hospital, and Cora had grown a great deal more sympathetic since she left Killander Castle, and was ripening day by day in her power of understanding the working classes. They no longer seemed to her all of one type and pattern, all the lower order of beings, with hands stretched automatically to receive gifts from the rich. She was beginning to find out strong individualities among the masses, to find that hardly one cottager resembled another in character or instincts, and that though very few of them might be faultless, and all of them might be what they called having, there was a strong substratum of goodness which never failed when one dug down to it. Kindness and pity for one's own class, unselfish readiness to help each other, and a willingness to make substantial sacrifices with a good deal less fuss and talk than would accompany the same amount of self-surrender in their betters. Wives bore with drunken husbands, and held their tongue when the week's wage was spent at the public-house. Husbands nursed the children, and waited upon their wives in sickness. Grandfathers and grandmothers stinted themselves to feed children whose unauthorised entrance upon the scene had brought them trouble and disgrace. Everywhere, under the roughest outer seeming, Coralie found the deep heart of human love. "I used to hate the poor when you first took me among them," she frankly avowed one day after a long round with Sibyl, "but I begin to see that they are not a bad sort, and I wonder less at the interest you take in them." They were not at Ellerslie all the winter. Andrew Orlebar had been dispatched to Rothsay immediately after a visit from the new rector of Workington, with instructions to hire the most comfortable house with the best aspect that he could find in that much praised watering place, and to that house, a villa on the slope of a hill fronting the south and commanding an extensive view of the mountains and sea, Brandon Mountford had been removed. Here was provided every amelioration which thought or science could devise for a life obviously dwindling towards its close. And here Lady Penrith and Cora came from time to time on visits of a week or a fortnight, during which visits some hours of every day were spent with the invalid. His condition was far happier than it had been in his captivity at St. Jude's. There were some times when he seemed fully to realise all that affection had done for him, but nothing could mend the broken life or arrest mental decay, and Sibyl had to submit to the sad realities of the case. The Brandon Mountford, by whose side she sat in the pretty drawing-room at Rothsay, the man whose hand often lay cold and listless in her own, was not the Brandon Mountford she had known 10 years ago. Nothing could bring back that lost personality. This patient sufferer, weak-brained, joyless, indifferent to all the loveliness of earth and sky and sea, had nothing in common with the Brandon of the past, and alas, this state of dull apathy was the happier condition of his present life, for from time to time there came periods of stormy agitation, the throes and convulsions, the purple face and glittering eyes of the epileptic, and it needed all Sibyl's faith to believe the doctors when they assured her that the patient himself had no consciousness of those convulsive struggles, nor any memory of them when reason returned, only a vague melancholy, a dim sense of shame, and the apathy of weariness. Could she wish such a life prolonged? Yes, affection valued even this shattered existence. All that she saw of weakness and decay could not extinguish the hope of cure. The ill treatment of 10 years was not to be undone by a few months of careful nursing, she argued. His cure must be a question of time. She would not accept adverse opinions, and when the doctors shook their heads or murmured some ambiguous phrase which implied a hopeless verdict, She argued against their experience, and refused to foresee the inevitable. A yacht was being built for her in one of the shipbuilders' yards on the Clyde, and she was planning a cruise to the Mediterranean as soon as the boat was ready to sail, a cruise during which Braddon might reawaken to a new life, transformed by sea air and frequent change of scene, the exhilarating sense of novelty in the movement from one spot of loveliness to another, as they coasted between Marseilles and Naples, or beneath Algeria's romantic hills. The end came suddenly before the yacht was finished. Suddenly and peacefully. The life so racked and worn failed all at once, and Sibyl felt as though her life must be objectless henceforth. She was at Ellerslie when Braddon died, having left him only a few days before, and it was John Coverdale who came as the messenger of death. John Coverdale, whose sympathy and help had sustained her through every difficulty, from the hour she entered St. Jude's vicarage with him at her side. It was over. Her grief expressed itself in no vehement form. There was only the crushing sense of loss and of disappointment, the feeling that the business of her life was finished, and that all she had ever known of the poetry of existence lay buried in Braddon Mountford's grave. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Thou Art the Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. For is not God Almighty? Braddon Mountford had been lying in his quiet grave at Rothsay for some weeks when the yacht which should have carried him to a summer sea was ready to leave by the shipbuilder's yard. And it seemed to Sibyl that there could be no more useless toy than the boat which she had built for his sake, and which his eyes had never looked upon. All Coverdale's powers of persuasion were needed to awaken her from the apathy of grief into which she had sunk, and to induce her to start a cruise for her own benefit. But, warmly seconded by Cora, his arguments finally prevailed, and before the spring was over, the Esperance was sailing southward with Lady Penrith, Cora, and Lady Selina, and 2 young cousins, naval and military, by way of escort. The spinster aunt had swooped down from a great house in North Riding, where she had been making a very long visit to one of her wealthiest nieces, a lady with a large heart and a populous nursery, and with whom Aunt Selina was an esteemed authority upon all juvenile ailments. Life on board the Esperance afforded a pleasant relief from the atmosphere of measles, whooping cough, and humdrum at Waddingley Park, and Lady Selina resigned herself to the loss of a London season, thereby putting money in her purse, while she enjoyed the dolce far in Sicilian waters or in the Greek archipelago. And so the spring months passed away, and in June Lady Penrith and her party landed at Genoa, leaving the yacht to go round to Marseilles in charge of the naval cousin, to be berthed there until her next cruise, while the 3 ladies settled quietly at Bellagio till the end of the month, when Lady Selina went back to England, and Sibyl and Cora moved northward to the Tyrol for July, August, and September, only returning to Cumberland in October. Then came the long, quiet winter, with friends fit but few, and for their most frequent visitor, Mr. Coverdale, from his cure of souls at Workington, where he was doing good service among a crowded mining population. It was a comfort both to Sibyl and Cora in those quiet days of autumn and early winter to know that the new Lord Penrith was not living at Killander Castle. He had indeed been there very little since he came to his estate. He was not popular in the neighbourhood, and he had frankly expressed his hatred of place and people. He had spent the winter after his brother's death at Monte Carlo, where he had achieved all he desired of fame by his success in pigeon shooting, and the society papers reported that he was at Monte Carlo this winter, also that he had been laid up in Paris during the whole of November, and had been operated upon by a famous French surgeon, the nature of the operation not being stated. A letter from Lady Selina, who had been dissipating in the brief gaieties of a November session, informed her niece that Lord Penrith had been suffering from a tumour on the face, which was likely to cause lifelong disfigurement, and that the people at Monte Carlo found him very much altered from last season. An inquiry at the castle, made personally by Mr. Orlebar, confirmed this account. His lordship had been very ill, and still an invalid. He was expected to spend the rest of the winter at Monte Carlo, where he had taken a small villa near the casino. "He is your father, Cora, and you may consider it your duty to go to him in his affliction," Sibyl said gravely when she and Cora had heard Orlebar's report. "He is my father, but I recognise no duty where he is concerned except the duty of silence," Cora answered with a look so grave and resolute that Lady Penrith felt that there was no more to be said. She knew enough of Coralie by this time to know that the girl was not heartless, and that her repudiation of all filial duty must needs be based upon some sufficient reason. There was nothing flippant or reckless in the daughter's manner. She dismissed the subject sternly, with solemn decision of purpose, as a Roman daughter might have done. Brooding over the girl's conduct, Sibyl arrived at the conclusion that Cora had investigated the story of Marie Arnold's death, and believed her father to be the murderer. Some cause as grave would alone justify her conduct. It was a shock for the nerves of both women when they heard early in the year that Lord Penrith was at the castle. He had been brought there, marked for death, Mr. Dewsnap told Lady Penrith one afternoon early in March, when they met beside a cottager's sick bed about a week after the Earl's return. "Is the case really so hopeless?" she asked. "I fear so. All that surgery can do for him has been done in Paris and here. The last word has been said. I saw him this morning. I see him 3 or 4 times a day, but there is nothing for me to do except regulate the amount of morphia that is given to him. He has excellent nurses. Dr. Malcolm comes from Edinburgh every 3rd day, but science can do no more for him, and the only relief is the inevitable end of all things. Life can be nothing but a burden to him, yet he clings to life with almost frantic intensity." "Has he ever spoken to you of his daughter?" Lady Penrith asked when she and the doctor had left the cottage and were walking along the village street together. "No, the greater part of his days and nights are spent under the influence of narcotics, and the realities of life outside his own room affect him very little. He asks for no friend, doesn't care who waits on him, values his nurses for their skill and nothing else. He told me this morning that there was a time when he wanted fresh young faces about him, pretty faces for choice. But now he would have Gorgons, if Gorgons had more skill in nursing than the pretty young women. He is very often in a state of semi-delirium, and he acts hideous tragedies in a kind of waking drama, a common symptom when the brain is steeped in morphia. Unhappy creature! Then there is no hope for him. He must die? He must die. And in his case, no one can regret the end, since it is the only possible release from suffering. Sibyl wrote an account of this interview in a letter to John Coverdale. Pray go to him, and if you can turn his thoughts to God and persuade him to confess his sins, it will be one more good work done, she wrote. Her desire was obeyed, and it was not possible for a Christian priest to approach the bed of suffering with more kindliness and discretion than marked Mr. Coverdale's visit to Lord Penrith. The two men had met in the past, and Coverdale entered the sick room as a friend, but here friendliness was of no avail. The sufferer treated him with savage insolence and ordered him out of the room. "I know your craft," he muttered. "You sneak into my bedside under the guise of friendship. A man with whom I never had one thought or feeling in common, and presently you will bring a little black book out of your pocket and drop on your knees and pray me into worse horrors than those I suffer now. I don't want you or your mumbo-jumbo, your abracadabra. Go to your starving miners and wash your worn-out jargon down their thirsty throats with soup and wine. They'll swallow one thing with the other, but don't come here. Johnstone, show that gentleman the door. If that won't do, throw him downstairs. I've no use for him here." He laughed a spasmodic laugh at the American slang which closed his speech. His eyes were deeply sunken. Forehead and cheek were livid, and all the lower part of his face was hidden by linen bandages. Lazarus coming out of the tomb was the image which flashed into Coverdale's mind as he looked in sorrowful reproach at that dreadful countenance. A wicked Lazarus, with malignity burning in those sunken eyes. A Lazarus summoned, not out of the grave's dreamless slumber, but out of hell fire. Mr. Coverdale told Lady Penrith that his visit had been ineffectual, but he told her nothing more. He would not sadden her by any description of that bed of doom. It needs something higher than human influence to touch that hardened heart, he said. We can but leave the sinner to his God. The only deathbed repentance that is not an idle mockery is the repentance that comes from within, not from without. The sinner may find God in his own heart, even after he has mocked at Christ's message from the lips of the priest. It was more than a week after this when a letter was brought to Lady Penrith, sitting alone in the March twilight. The note had been delivered by a groom from the castle, who was to wait for her ladyship's answer before he rode back. She told the servant to return in a few minutes, when her answer would be ready, and then she went to the window to read her letter by the fading daylight, while the footman lighted the lamp on her writing table. The envelope was addressed in a strange hand. The letter was written in pencil, and except that it was on thick vellum paper and headed with a castle address, it was almost as uncanny a scrawl as that which the ragged messenger threw into her lap on the moor. The doctors tell me my end is near. You have suspected and hated me for the last 12 years. It may gratify you to know that you had reason. Come and hear my confession, and if you want to hear it, come at once. My life is like a thin little flame in a spirit lamp, sustained by strong stimulants, and will soon vanish into darkness. Don't be afraid that you will hear a pulling deathbed repentance. I believe in neither pardon nor pity. I die the victim of an inexorable scheme of creation, which includes the horrors of disease that torture and kill, damnable maladies which no human skill can cure. Do you think that any man, doomed as I am doomed, is likely to go out of this life listening to twaddle about divine beneficence? I shall be with you as soon as my carriage can bring me. These words were written hastily and thrust into an envelope as the servant re-entered the room to receive Lady Penrith's order for her coachman. The light phaeton with a pair of horses was to be got ready immediately. Lady Coralie has not come in yet, I suppose? No, my lady. When she comes, be sure she is told that I have been sent for to the castle. She is not to wait dinner. Cora, who had taken very kindly to riding since she came to Ellerslie, and who had always been well mounted by her aunt's liberal care, was out with the hounds. Cora was a success in the hunting field, where light hands, a neat waist, and indomitable pluck, tempered with common sense, scored almost as high as a handsome face. Beauty blundering over a hound, or beauty getting in the way at the gate, is not altogether precious to the sportsman. The deep shadow of night was round the gaunt grey fortress, and the darker shadow of death was in the room when Sibyl approached the sick bed and seated herself silently in the place which the nurse indicated, a large armchair at the head of the bed, besides those heaped-up pillows from which the ghastly face looked out, white as the linen from which it was bandaged, pinched by the invisible hand which had set its mark upon every feature. "Leave me alone with Lady Penrith." The voice was low and muffled, utterly changed from the metallic hardness of Hubert Urquhart's enunciation. The two nurses vanished through a curtained door that opened into a dressing-room, where all the paraphernalia of the sportsman's toilet had been swept away to give space for the apparatus of sickness. Kettles and saucepans and spirit lamps, new inventions for comfort or relief, extravagant in price and infinitesimal in value to the sufferer, contrivances tried once, perhaps, and never tried again, the dreary details in the history of failure. Hubert Urquhart looked at his brother's widow with a cynical smile, a smile on lips contracted by pain. "I thought my letter would fetch you," he said. "You have come to see God's judgment upon a sinner. You remember how Herod the king was eaten of worms and gave up the ghost, an example of God's judgment, swift and sharp, a ready money vengeance. And now you think that this cancer which is killing me is God's judgment upon murder. Bosh, Lady Penrith. Clerical spuffle. There are good men and women all over the world doomed just as I am doomed, with pain as lingering, with a fate as hopeless, Christians of purest water, shining lights in the darkness of this world, suffering just as I suffer. When you, and such as you, talk of them, you give your God praise for the blessed example of their affliction, and recognise the ineffable wisdom that tortures and kills. You see me stricken down, and you exalt God, the Avenger. You see no inconsistency in the hand that strikes wolves and lambs with the same rod. Come, own that your heart burns with triumph at seeing this living wreck which I still call me. A few hours hence, the undertakers will be talking of it. I am sorry for you as I can be, remembering what Brandon Mountford suffered. He suffered? Why, his life was a life of ease and comfort. His 10 dull years were no worse than one dull afternoon, measured against what I have suffered in the last 6 months. Don't waste your pity upon an epileptic, whose convulsions may be ugly to look at, but leave no memory, inflict no pain upon the patient. He suffer? Keep your pity for the man whose tortured consciousness no narcotic can annihilate, whose sleep has been peopled and spun out into seemingly eternity by dreams of indescribable horror. And where do you think those dreams took me, Lady Penrith? What do you suppose was the almost invariable background of those hideous fantasies? The wood where you killed Marie Arnold, she answered, her eyes looking into his as he sat up in the bed, grasping her hand with his clammy fingers and bringing his bandaged face near hers so that she might hear the feeble voice. You are good at guessing. Yes, that is the place where the morphia fiend leads me. He takes me by the hand, a little black devil with a mocking grin. His skinny hand clutches mine, and he drags me into the wood, and she is there, lovely and cruel as she was that evening in the golden sunset. Oh, God, how beautiful her eyes were with that golden light reflected on their velvet darkness. How cold, how cruel. Such bitter, scathing words, hatred of me, love of your lover, hatred that turned to loathing when I drew her to my breast and kissed her reluctant lips and tried to make her understand that passionate love like mine was to be valued or to be feared. And if she would not have me for her husband and take her chance of my doing well in life and making a great lady of her, I would be revenged on her somehow. A love like mine was not to be trifled with any more than a raging fire. But she was so bold and so proud. She flung me off her with her strong young arms. She laughed at my passion and my threats. She accused me of only wanting Sir Joseph's money, not really caring for her. She was so strong, such a grand creature in her strength and beauty. And I had a knife in my breast pocket, Mountford's knife, which I happened to have borrowed a day or two before, and clutching at my breast, beside myself with passion, I felt the knife and knew that it was there. You can guess the rest. You may remember that I was late for dinner, but that I sat down with you and your father, and was wanting in no observance of a gentleman. It was not till a long time afterwards that you began to suspect me. Sibyl heard him in silence, and remained silent, now when the bloodless fingers loosened from her hand, and he sank back among the pillows, exhausted by the most sustained effort that he had made for a long time. His breath came and went in hoarse pantings, his wan hands moved restlessly upon the coverlet, and those haggard, bloodshot eyes rolled wildly in their orbits as he looked at Sibyl's white face. "Have you nothing to say?" he gasped at length. "Nothing. God help you in this dark end of your wicked life." "You're not surprised at my confession?" No, I knew you were the murderer. I have been convinced of that for a long time. You broke my father's heart, shortened his life. You spoilt Brandon's life and mine, and your victim, that young, bright life. There never was a crueller murder. What good can I do here? Pray to God for your pardon. What I think or feel can matter nothing to you. You can restore nothing, undo nothing. No, the past is the past. I cannot bring Marie Arnold back to life. I would have given 20 years of my life to undo that. 20 years, did I say? I would have given all that was left of my life for one day with her, to die, knowing that I had not killed her, that the murder in the wood was only a hideous dream. Call the nurse. It is time for my morphia. The pain, the racking pain is beginning. I must have my dose. And then the morphia fiend will take me by the hand and lead me under the fir trees, treading the paths where our footsteps have no sound on the fir needles, and I shall see her again in her white gown, with a red gash across her throat. The nurses came, quiet, prompt, with quick movements of skilful hands, one on each side of the bed, one supporting the patient, while the other administered the narcotic. Sibyl sank on her knees at the foot of the bed, and with bent brow and covered face, breathed a prayer for God's mercy to a dying sinner. Then she nodded a silent good night to the nurses and stole softly from the room. Those trained hands had rearranged the disordered pillows, had placed the sufferer's head in an easier position, had smoothed the silken coverlet, laying it lightly over the wasted frame, and the morphia was already at work, tranquilizing the limbs, creeping through the labyrinth of the brain, giving respite from bodily torture, but bringing with it dreams that racked the mind. In Hubert Urquhart's confession of past guilt, there had been no word of a still darker crime, a crime planned in cold blood, thought out and slowly resolved upon, carried out with unwavering craft and purpose, and with as little compunction as the hunter feels for the agonies of a noble beast tracked across the wilderness, watched and waited for and slain without mercy. Of that crime which Coralie knew, not one word had escaped the murderer on his deathbed, and the daughter's knowledge of that dreadful secret remained unshared and unsuspected. Lord Penrith lingered for more than a week after his interview with Sibyl, but in those last days and nights were one long morphia sleep, and an almost unbroken pilgrimage through the dark maze of hideous memories. The skill and the care of doctors and nurses were employed to keep him alive when nature would have let him die, and to reduce life to unconsciousness throughout those extra hours wrested from death. At last the end came, only a sinking deeper into that morphia darkness, only the fall of death's curtain on those distorted memories of past sin. A gentlemanlike vulture, in the shape of an undertaker, came post-haste from Carlisle, and took possession of that which had been Hubert, 10th Earl of Penrith. There was a stately funeral, an earl's coronet upon a velvet coffin, an open hearse like a triumphal car, with 6 black horses tossing their Flemish heads and curving their heavy Flemish necks, and all the neighbouring gentry sent their empty carriages to express respect for a man who had been universally disliked, and whose absenteeism had been regarded, except by the local tradespeople, as a merciful dispensation. The distant cousin who succeeded to the title and entailed estates was an elderly gentleman of unblemished respectability, with a large family of sons and daughters. The sons sporting, the daughters plain, pious, and hopelessly unfashionable, just the sort of people to spend 10 months of the year at the castle, and to furnish an eldest son who would stand for that division of the county, and to protect local interests in the stress and storm of the Imperial Parliament. The new Earl and his family were aware how much of their prosperity they owed to the Dowager Lady Penrith, and they took pains to cultivate her friendship, and to be civil to Coralie Urquhart, who had been so unaccountably estranged from her father. Postscript. What remains to be told of Sibyl's life history? Another year of quiet widowhood, in spite of the pleading of a devoted lover, and then, on a grey morning at the beginning of the year, the plainest of weddings in the parish church at Ardliston. Husband and wife went straight from the church to the station, and thence to London, on the first stage of their journey to Rome, to that city of churches, where it was John Coverdale's delight to expound ecclesiastical history written in all that there is of architectural grandeur, from the grey antiquity of St. Clemente to the gleaming granite and modern mosaics of the mighty basilica which commemorates the martyrdom of St. Paul. An Italian honeymoon which lasted from winter to spring, yet seemed only too brief, and early in April Sibyl and her husband left Florence regretfully, on their return to England, he to resume the burden of duty, not among the miners at Workington, but in a populous and wealthy centre in East Riding, where the fine old church is only a little less than a cathedral in spaciousness and beauty, a cure which has always been held by a churchman of mark, and has always been regarded as the prelude to higher dignities. John Coverdale has made himself known as a fine preacher and indefatigable worker. A preacher with all the philosophical breadth of Liddon and the magnetic personality of Frederick Robertson. A preacher who has been able to beguile the rough miners from their Sabbath luxury of shirt-sleeves and laziness, dog-fights and rat-catching, and to hold them spellbound by his impassioned appeals to that best side of human thought and feeling which will always answer to him who knows how to call. The man whom Coralie described as cold, precise, and priggish has shown himself gifted with the finest qualities of preacher and priest, and he is warmly welcomed to the greatest Yorkshire city by all that is best and most cultivated among the community. Difficulties and dissensions will arise, doubtless, in some quarters, for Coverdale has a strong hand in the reform of old abuses, and is one of those men of whom it is said that they will always have their own way, but his way is a good way, and his influence is a good influence for all in his parish, most of all for the poor, and for those who most need the awakening call, the stringent yet tender hand leading them into the fold. This busy centre, Sibyl learns to understand new phases of life. She finds herself no longer in a small community where one's wealth can achieve wonders of order and prosperity, and one man's influence can shape all the things to his liking, but in the thick of the bitter battle, among the revolts and conspiracies of labour against capital, and the exactions and injustices of capital against labour, the contest of strength with strength, the appeals to public opinion, the power, sometimes reckless and fatal, sometimes wise and beneficent, of a free press, the heat and strife of politics. Here she must live through seasons of fear and sadness, the terrors of a fever-stricken town, the alternations of local prosperity, good times and bad times, the collapse of great enterprises, the ruin of great commercial houses that have been ranked among the wealthiest. Here she has to learn the lesson of life in all its stern reality, and here she has to discover how little her wealth can do, where needs are so constant and so manifold, that her fortune and her life labour are used for the help of the suffering, for the reclamation of the lost. None who ever knew could doubt. "My aunt is a saint," said Cora, perched daintily on her hunting saddle, sitting in a sheltered corner waiting for the fox to break cover, and chatting cheerily with a group of admirers. "My aunt lives only to do good to other people, and she could not have done better than to marry Mr. Coverdale, who is a remarkable man, and would have made an admirable pope in the days when popes did a great deal more good or a great deal more harm to the world than they can do now." Coralie has no lack of admirers in these latter days. She is no longer the Coralie Urquhart, for Mr. Nicholas Hildrop, of Hildrop Grange, near Workington, has allowed himself to fall a victim to her sharp tongue, neat figure, light hands, and good seat. And meeting and conversing with her through a couple of seasons, mounted on all that is handsomest in thoroughbred hunters, has come gradually to believe that Cora is as good-looking as her horses, and has made her mistress of himself and his estate. Lady Coralie Hildrop gives hunting breakfasts, has a furnished house in Mayfair for the season, goes everywhere, is liked by a good many people and feared by the rest, is mundane to the tips of her fingers, an affectionate wife, a good friend, a bitter enemy, and without mercy for any pretty woman who misbehaves herself. The end. End of chapter 32. End of Thou Art the Man by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.